our latest compilations in one place. Let's remember some of the fat acceptance narratives before we build into their fitness delusions.
Eating cannot be clean or dirty. Stop labeling something that way.
This is Laura, a fit personal trainer and nutritionist whose business model is targeting morbidly obese individuals. No one can understand why a fit person would be a fat acceptance activist, but she is an extreme one. Let's review the video she will comment on and then her take.
Eating cannot be clean or dirty. Stop labeling something that way. Let me tell you something that really frustrates me. So part of my wellness journey, I've been working really hard to rewire my brain and how I think and feel and relate to food.
We have recently covered her with her absurd stance about her medical problems, if you want to watch later. She will do everything to get better, except change her diet. She's convinced herself that a bucket of fried chicken is just as healthy as steamed spinach.
How verbiage, all of the things that I say, the way that I act, all of that affects our wellness. And I have been following an amazing creator on here, and she's on other platforms as well. Her name is Laura. I'm going to tag her. And she has really helped me see the relationship with the way that we speak about food and the way that society puts things out and has for years in this culture and how it affects us. It has opened my eyes.
She did not help you with anything. She helped herself earn some money. I really don't know how to feel when morbidly obese person teaches me about food and nutrition. But I love how you, fat activists, always find someone even more delusional to validate your choices.
So let me tell you something that really irritates me. I'm watching a competition cooking show and they're doing one of those like interviews in between, and she's like, if I win the money, I'm going to donate some to XYZ charity, because 10 years ago. And then she says, and this is almost verbatim, my partner has always eaten really clean, she's really healthy, she works out and takes care of herself, which is why we were so surprised when she was diagnosed with breast cancer. That stuff really frosts my cookies. Here's why. As I said, you cannot eat clean or dirty, and that's something that Laura has taught me. I mean, clean your frickin' food, okay?
The strawberries are not for you, for sure. You hide a burger somewhere. But the skinny people get cancer too card is the gold standard of fat activist logic. Using someone's cancer diagnosis to justify your own refusal to take care of yourself, that doesn't just frost my cookies. That's actually pretty gross. But I guess when you're desperate for an excuse to stay in the wellness lane, any tragedy will do.
But food is not inherently good or bad. There is no morality to food, okay? In the most basic and still flawed sense, food is fuel, okay? You cannot eat clean, you cannot eat dirty. But the fact that she's equating, well, she worked out and she was healthy, I'm sure by society's standards. We were shocked to see she got cancer, kind of meaning that if you are not doing the things that she said that her partner was doing, it makes sense that you have cancer. Wrong.
Actually, what's wrong is your understanding of risk factors. Nobody thinks eating a cupcake gives you a tumor. Arguing against a position nobody holds. Nobody credible is saying, eat kale, never get sick. But we do know that obesity is a leading risk factor for multiple types of cancer. It's statistics. But I forgot, statistics are probably fat-phobic too, right? In her world, the only thing that causes health problems is society's standards.
It makes sense that you have cancer. Wrong. Okay? Wrong. We should take care of ourselves from the inside out. Right? Give ourselves the things that our body, because every body is different. Laura, I got you. She says that all the time, and it's so true. Every body is different. Give ourselves what our body needs.
Your body doesn't need a 2,000-calorie cheesecake at 10 p.m. We both know that. But admitting it would mean admitting that some choices are objectively better than others.
Every body is different. Give ourselves what our body needs. Move our bodies, build muscle, keep our heart healthy. That's something I'm really working towards, right? Absolutely. Very true. But if you don't meet society standards of healthy, that doesn't mean that you deserve cancer or that's why you got cancer. No amount of clean eating, good foods, $40 Air One smoothies is going to make you healthy enough to stop that. Cancer is literally malformed cells that replicate incredibly fast. It's not like because you didn't drink a smoothie one day and you had a cupcake instead, that's why you got it. So we have to stop thinking that way. And more importantly, we have to stop talking that way, because that is so damaging. And as soon as I heard it, I seriously, like, it's still paused on here. I stopped it and I said, you can't eat clean or dirty. And being healthy by society standards, cancer unfortunately doesn't care about that, okay? It's why it's universal. We can all say cancer frickin' sucks, but I am not, we have got to stop speaking about things that way, because our overall wellness is so important. But especially when you're on a journey as long as mine, that stuff is toxic. I don't know why it has me so fired up, but it really has me fired up. Okay.
You know what's toxic? Telling people that words are the problem while the scale keeps climbing. Telling people that wellness is about rewiring your brain, not your plate. Telling a world drowning in ultra-processed food that the real villain is a woman on a cooking show who said her wife eats clean. No serious person thinks eating well makes you immortal. Food has no morality, while the evidence of its consequences is written in every health statistic. Okay, in the previous video, I had some empathy about her, but now I think she is very cruel. Let's see some comments and then what nutritionist Laura has to say about this.
You are speaking truth. Such a hard concept to really adopt. I'm working on that as well. Rewire our brains.
It's so hard and takes time, but I know it will be worth it.
When I tell you I screamed every 7 seconds yes. Exactly. Or oh my god, they get it. Instant follow.
I haven't actually seen the show that Devon is referring to here, but this reminded me of a situation I was in a couple of years ago. Trigger warning, talking about cancer. I had a close family member, she was diagnosed with cancer. A lot of us were in denial about how bad it was. Or at least that's the benefit of the doubt I'm giving some people that I saw when she was unwell. And when she was still with us, she wasn't feeling obviously very well. There was a lot of narrative around how she should be eating. She should be eating organic. She should be eating clean. Further to that, many folk were saying, oh, well, she's not helping herself because she isn't eating a certain way. She isn't doing this. She isn't doing that. That, to use Devon's words, really frosts my cookies.
God forbid we suggest that the things we put in our mouths and how much we move our bodies might actually have an impact on our biological outcomes. Notice the linguistic gymnastics here. She's equating risk management with moral blame. If I tell you that smoking increases your risk of lung cancer, I'm not saying you're a bad person or that you deserve it. I'm stating a biological fact. But in the world of fat acceptance, facts are frosting their cookies, because facts don't care about your feelings or your cookies.
That, to use Devon's words, really frosts my cookies. That places the onus on the individual that is suffering. Says it's their fault and they should have done something different. They could have done something different. They wouldn't have ended up like this if they'd acted differently. Reminds me a lot of what we see in society, specifically with places like Erewhon, where it's like, take health into your own hands, shop organic, buy at Erewhon. And that's such a problematic narrative to have. But what about food apartheid, aka food deserts? What about lack of medical care, able-bodied privilege? You know, there's so many barriers when it comes to being society standard of healthy that are naively ignored when we talk about taking our health into our own hands.
And here comes the buzzword bingo. We've got food apartheid, able-bodied privilege, and systemic barriers. Look, do food deserts exist? Sure. Is healthcare expensive? Absolutely. But using the existence of systemic issues as a reason to throw your hands up and say, well, guess I'll just eat garbage then, is like refusing to wear a seatbelt because some people can't afford cars with airbags. She's literally a nutritionist telling you that taking health into your own hands is a problematic narrative.
Health into our own hands. Because cancer doesn't discriminate. So I absolutely love this video from Devon, and please go and follow her if you don't.
My best friend got cancer at the peak of her health, certified yoga instructor, runner, vegetarian, etc. I'm so confused. If the reason I got fat was from eating bad, unhealthy foods, why wouldn't it be considered bad? It's the truth, right? I'm on a weight loss journey and I literally have to eat clean to lose weight. I eat the healthiest out of my whole family, and am bigger than all of them. So what does that tell us?
That you eat the most?
I feel this so much. Being over 400 pounds due to trauma and bad diet advice, I baffle DRs. I go in for checkups and other than being fat, I am healthy. No pre-diabetes.
On the opposite end, there are some very unhealthy thin people. But society equates thin with healthy and fat with unhealthy.
The easiest and quickest way to test someone's intelligence is to make a generalized
And
statement
see if they bring up an exception, right?
about a group. Say something like Asian men are shorter on average. And if they say any variation of not all Asian men are short, or
This is
I know a tall Asian guy, you are dealing with someone genuinely low IQ.
Yeah.
They have
This is why they get banned in chat, by the way. I'm practicing eugenics in chat. I'm actively trying to call the low IQ people so we can only have really intelligent conversations about how big a video game girl's boobs should be.
proven that they aren't intelligent enough to understand abstract ideas like a statistical average or
Yes,
per capita.
exactly.
Why else would they think it's so profound to bring up an exception?
Because they're stupid.
I'm at the doctor's office and I'm gonna ask the doctor if they think I'm the skinniest person they've ever met or in the room.
We have a new contender for the Main Character of the Universe award. What links would you go for content?
And if they say yes, then I'm telling you guys, I hate to prove you wrong, but this is what it is. This is who I am. I'm gonna be myself, authentic and genuine. If I'm telling you I'm the skinniest person I know I am, the fuck? I'm not delusional. Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. I'm the first time seeing you, right?
Yes.
All right. Welcome, welcome. What's going on with you? Anything we need to focus on today?
Yeah, but my first question, I don't know if you saw my chart beforehand. I used to be 312 and now I'm 263. Do you think that's good?
Either way, your weight is still super high, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I am very happy that you lose a lot of weight, which is
I thought
really, really good.
Yeah, no, I thought it was like the skinniest person ever. Like, period.
I'm sorry?
I'm kidding, I'm kidding with you. I know, I'm messing
You think
with
I'm skinny?
No, I'm skinny.
Oh, you're skinny. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm messing with you.
So your weight, you're still in the morbid obesity, severe obesity range. You're young, you're healthy, you kind of lose more.
Right.
But yes, I'm very glad that you lost some weight.
I do what I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm messing with you. I know I am not skinny.
This is complete and total disrespect, all in the pursuit of a few likes and views. The person whose job is to care for her health is, to her, just a guy in a white coat who's getting pranked for the amusement of strangers. The audacity of that premise is staggering. She's trying to get him to do anything that makes for a more entertaining clip. Imagine being that doctor. You have a full schedule, you have patients to see, and one of them just wasted your time, played games with you, and used your professional, honest opinion as the punchline for a video you never agreed to be in. How violating must that feel?
Doc was probably about to order a psych exam. Your facial expressions I loved.
Doctor here, I love your content. I'm pretty disappointed by how he responded. Your weight loss is incredible. I would be doing cartwheels and a TikTok dance with you. You should be super proud of yourself.
It's no worries. I genuinely wasn't offended. At the end of the day, he's responding his true thoughts with concern and care. Especially since I asked him his thoughts. I understand and respect them. It's all love. But I appreciate you so much for being kind and thinking. Also, thank you for all your hard work and help for others.
This or that. This or that.
Put it back. Put it back. You need no snake. You need no snake.
Come on, man. I'm trying to be better in 2026.
Okay, so one of my recent videos has gotten over 1.4 million views, and it's making some people mad. Why is it making people mad, you ask? Well, I dared to show up in my plus-size fat body that doesn't look like your average curvy, flat stomach, socially acceptable fat body on TikTok and show my apple-shaped apron belly to the world.
Starts by framing this as an act of bravery. I dared to show up, as if existing on a public platform is some kind of civil rights protest. And the hierarchy of fatness. She's saying, I'm the real fat. Make yourself the victim of the trolls before the conversation even starts.
At first, it hit the right side of TikTok. It reached the people that I wanted it to reach. It did what it needed to do. And then the trolls found it. The trolls started telling me that I'm glorifying obesity, that I am super unhealthy, I'm going to die in 5 years, I'm putting a strain on healthcare resources, and all of that shit. So I'm here to tell you that just by looking at my body, sorry, I was just doing a try on Lululemon. By just looking at my body, you cannot tell my health. Just like if you were looking at a thin person's body, you can't tell their health. And that is what society does not understand. I could show up here showing a full medical report of my blood pressure, blood work, all those sorts of things, and show that they're completely normal, and people will still say, no, I'm not healthy. But a thin person may show up and show that they have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, they smoke, they drink, but they have a thin body, but no, that is fine.
You can't judge a book by its cover. The problem is, it's medically, statistically, and logically nonsense. Using the exception to pretend the rule doesn't exist. Yes, there are thin people with high cholesterol, but what does that have to do with obesity? Yes, there are thin people who smoke and have high blood pressure, but those are the outliers. They are the statistical minority. When we talk about population health, when we talk about risk factors, obesity is a massive red flag. It is correlated with heart disease, type 2 diabetes, joint problems, sleep apnea, and a dozen other conditions. It is not a guarantee of illness, just like being thin is not a guarantee of health. But to pretend there is no correlation at all, that is willful ignorance. And good for you if your blood work is normal today, but health is not a snapshot. Obesity is a chronic metabolic condition. It puts stress on your organs, your entire system over time. It ignores the future.
So what do we do about that? Well, we're never going to change everybody's minds, and that's not what we're here to do. What I'm here to do is to showcase that we need body diversity in fashion and fitness and beyond, because bodies like mine are worthy for showing up and doing just about anything a thin body can do without being harassed, without being called down, without being bullied, all of those sorts of things. And I am so over it. So if you are an apple-shaped body, a thin body, a whatever body, and you want to feel empowered, you want to learn what it's like to be a fat ally, you want to know how to dress your body, feel confident, to block out the haters, and maybe learn a little thing or two, even if you are a hater watching this, then you should hop over to my page, check out some of the resources I have, and hang around with me and see what you might learn and how you feel better about your body. Because like I said, health does not equal image, and image does not equal health.
And here's the final bait and switch. She pivots from health to fashion and fitness. She conflates two completely different things.
Amen. My mom is super thin. She's pre-diabetic, has high cholesterol, ITC. I'm overweight and all of my levels are normal. You just don't know.
This might sound harsh to say, but fat people are not allowed to have an opinion. You're a walking representation of your actions. And when I can look at you and immediately know that you make bad choices, I don't want to hear your opinion.
Honestly, he's not wrong. It's like a woman with 4 baby daddies trying to tell you about a good man.
10 alternatives to the word fat for entertainment purposes only, of course. Number 1, well padded. Number 2, full figured. Number 3, thick. Not sure about that one. Number 4, chub class. Number 5, walking wobbler. Not bad. Number 6, a little favourite, Jelly Belly Jumbo. Number 7, I think you're going to like this one, gorgeously gargantuan. Number 8, chunky. Number 9, rotund. And finally, number 10. Now, I must say, this is quite a new one, right? And I would like you to tell me what you think of it. I came up with this one as I was driving up the motorway the other day when I saw this big lorry being escorted by the police. Anyway, number 10, wide load. Now, you may have additions to my list, so do let me know down below. And also, if you want to, do let me know your own personal favourite.
Salad Dodger.
Pie Tester.
Horizontally challenged.
Captain Cobs.
We're fat. Of course we're wearing bike shorts underneath skirts and dresses. No chub up here. We're fat. Of course the only medical advice we've ever received is to lose weight, no matter the ailment. We're fat. Of course we grew up wearing a t-shirt over our bathing suit. We're fat. Of course we're gonna pull our shirts down over our knees to stretch them out a little bit. That's normal. We're fat. Of course men are rude to us in public, but slide into those DMs. We're fat. Of course I've done the Weight Watchers diet. Slim Fast, Jenny Craig, Nutrisystem, South Beach, Kellogg's Red Berries, Atkins diet, Whole30. We're fat. Of course we endured a childhood of internalized fat phobia, only to find fat scholarship later in life and discover that anti-fatness is rooted in misogyny, racism, colonialism, and has evolved to be a major tool of patriarchal capitalism. And we've discovered that the way to truly make everyone better and happier is to love ourselves in a way that is rebellious and authentic. Keto.
The sheer audacity required to link misogyny and colonialism to the fact that you can't fit into a standard theater seat is breathtaking. This is how the movement has evolved from don't bully people to here is a pseudo-intellectual framework to justify my own self-destruction. Calling obesity a rebellion is wild. If your rebellion ends with breathing machine and a mobility scooter, what's the point? The only thing you're liberating is your own accountability.
Men slide into your DMs? That never has happened to me, and I am fat also.
Yeah, obesity is about biology. Obesity is not a choice. It is not a personal failure. It is not something that someone decides to have. 2/3 of Americans did not wake up one morning and decide to have a disease. And I think understanding that obesity is a disease starts to shift.
This is what I wanted everybody to know, that all these years I thought I was overeating. I was standing there with all the food noise. I thought that that was because of me and my fault. Now I understand that if you carry the obesity gene, if that is what you have, that is what makes you overeat. You don't overeat and become obese. Obesity causes you to overeat.
All right, here's my opinion regarding obesity being recognized as a disease. I think it's complete bullshit. Now, are genetics a factor? Absolutely. They certainly play a significant role and should be recognized as a primary risk factor. But to classify genetics as the main cause of obesity is just ridiculous. It encourages a victim mentality and discourages people from taking responsibility for their own health, which is the last thing we should be doing, especially when we consider what we know to be the actual cause of obesity, which is an energy imbalance between calories consumed and calories burned. Period. How anyone can argue that is beyond me, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Drop me a comment and let me know what you think about this topic.
That segment brought to you by Ozempic.
What, you guys really think I'm that shallow?
No, I just think Monica was that fat.
She'd gotten really fat.
I'm so tired of saying no.
So we have these TikToks where a body positivity activist stitches together movie clips and says basically, look, fat phobia. Let's see ourselves. Me born in the 90s wondering why I care about my weight so much.
Robin, I want to marry you no matter what. Assuming you don't turn into a big fat fatty. See, right there. Don't always hear the...
I promise to always love and respect you, as long as you stay in a 20-pound weight range.
What if I was still fat? Well, you wouldn't be dating me, that's for sure.
Sure I would.
Really? Right.
What, you guys really think I'm that shallow?
No, I just think Monica was that fat.
The good old days. But are they wrong? They're being honest. I find you attractive right now, and I'd like you to stay the person I found attractive. But apparently having a type or wanting your partner to maintain their health is now a hate crime.
Oh, I just think Monica was that fat.
I find it so sad how it is implied that if your body doesn't have a particular shape, then it would be impossible for you to ever find happiness in any kind of relationship.
No one said you can't find happiness. They said they wouldn't date you. There's a massive difference. You can be the happiest person on earth eating a tray of donuts, but you can't demand that everyone else finds that lifestyle sexually appealing. She's sad that people have eyes. Nobody calls it short phobia when someone says they prefer tall men. Moving on.
Oh, yeah, we went out for 2 summers, and then I broke up with her.
Why?
Well, because she came back the 3rd summer, and she'd gotten really fat.
You broke up with a girl because she was fat?
Yeah.
A young guy in his 20s wanted a girlfriend he was physically attracted to. How dare he?
I haven't had a girlfriend since puberty. And nobody fancies me. And if these cheeks get any chubbier, they never will.
Nonsense. I fancy you.
Really?
Yeah. Or I did before you got so fat.
What strikes me the most in those sequences is how being fit is depicted as a requirement to access love. If you also have internalized this idea that you need to be thin in order to deserve a relationship, it's not all that surprising if your weight is something very, very important to you. Feel free to follow this channel if you want to find peace with your body and are looking for tips and guidance on how to get there.
And that brings us to the core of the problem. The absolute delusion that physical attraction is some sort of social construct we can just unlearn if we watch enough TikToks. We are living in a world where pointing out that obesity is unattractive to the majority of the population is treated like a moral failing. The idea that wanting a healthy partner is oppression feels like calling gravity discriminatory because it pulls harder on heavier objects. The truth is simple. Fitness is a signal of discipline, health, and self-respect, traits that people are naturally drawn to. You cannot shame someone into being attracted to you. The entire fat acceptance message is based on the idea that the rest of the world should change just so they don't have to feel bad about their choices. Pure narcissism.
I was chubby as a teen. I truly believe that women who weren't skinny didn't get married. I'd never been shown otherwise. It's not even just a requirement for love. It's a requirement for respect. A respect I still fight for today.
Monica's fat suit isn't even really fat. And that's what shocks me the most.
Again, me born in the 90s wondering why I care about my weight so much.
You look so thin. Do I? Yeah. Oh, it's for Paris. Well, I'm on this new diet. It's very effective. Well, I don't eat anything. And when I feel like I'm about to faint, I eat a cube of cheese. I'm just one stomach flu away from my goal weight.
How's the food? I haven't eaten in 3 weeks, trying to fit into my wedding dress. I had a dream about a crouton last night, and that was the whole dream.
Ooh, before.
Hey, you sure you don't want to play the Hunger Games with all of us?
My whole life is a Hunger Game. Why do you think I'm so mean to you?
Are you sure that's fat-free?
Oh, yes. And you lose weight by doing it like this, by putting it in small shoes.
Growing up, I remember seeing all these jokes about how women are always on diets and how that's so funny. I think I really internalized that that was a normal thing to do for women. To be on a diet, to want to be skinny. We're so exposed to this over and over again. I don't think it's a coincidence if so many women today struggle with their weight and struggle with food. If you agree with this, you might want to check out my account. My name is Lucy. I'm a body image therapist and I specialize in helping people break away from any negative pattern they might have around food or their bodies. So feel free to follow my account for more content like this.
Yes, women and men are struggling with their weight more than ever. But is it because of a 1998 sitcom joke about a diet? No. It's because we have 24/7 access to hyper-palatable sludge delivered to our doors by an app. People aren't struggling with food because they want to be thin. The most dangerous part about body image therapy is the absolute rejection of objective truth in favor of subjective feelings. Lucy wants to frame the desire to be thin as a psychological scar inflicted by Hollywood, rather than a natural, healthy ambition.
Grant, do you remember the scene from Eat, Pray, Love where Julia Roberts says how much she loves pizza?
I can't. How many you can't. This is Pizza Margarita in Napoli. It is your moral imperative to eat and enjoy that pizza.
I want to, but I've gained like 10 pounds.
This scene always made me so uneasy because it sounds so fake.
I'm so tired of saying no and then waking up in the morning and recalling every single thing I ate the day before. Counting every calorie I consume so I know exactly how much self-loathing to take into the shower.
Now, normally, this is exactly the kind of brave monologue activists like Lucy live for. It's the "I'm over diet culture" manifesto. But wait, there's a catch. Julia Roberts is the one saying it. So it feels fake. The problem isn't the message. The problem is the messenger is too pretty.
I mean, coming back from 10 years of eating and having healed from it, I can tell you she is saying exactly all the right things. The problem here is this scene just never landed for me. It never landed for me when I first saw the movie in 2004. I think maybe one of the issues was to have that line delivered by Julia Roberts, knowing that she probably is one of the women that contributed to give me my body image issues at the time.
Julia Roberts, by the sheer audacity of being born beautiful and staying in shape for her career, is personally responsible for Lucy's trauma. So it's not enough to accept yourself. You have to actively resent anyone who hasn't let themselves go. I think this is envy. You're mad that the person telling you it's okay to eat pizza doesn't look like they've eaten the whole pizza every day for 10 years, which is exactly what you are doing to your obese audience.
But that's not all. I think in the context of the movie, seeing this girl go from her New York life to this new way of thinking in just 2 months sounds unbelievable. And it's more than that. Like, for women that have been struggling with body image issues for years, like I was for like 10 years, then just having a movie telling you that it's possible to think and to believe all these things in just 2 months feels more than unbelievable. It kind of feels like an insult. Now that I've healed from all these body image issues, I can see what they tried to do there, and I can see the message is good, and probably in the book it's even more in-depth and better. But I think when you're healing and you're struggling and when your mind is not in the right place, hearing beautiful people talk about acceptance, about how you should love yourself, just always feels a bit cringy because you're trying really hard to get out of there, but it's a struggle. I just wanted to make this video to voice this out if you've watched the scene and felt the same way, like a bit annoyed by it. And if you're on a journey to find peace with your body and with yourself, my name is Lucy and I'm a body image coach. Don't forget to follow this channel for more.
It's cringe because Julia Roberts is fit. This is the ultimate no-win scenario. If a fit person promotes fitness, they're fat-phobic. If a fit person promotes body acceptance, they're fake and insulting. She's gatekeeping the human experience, claiming that real struggle only belongs to people who look a certain way. It's the ultimate irony. An activist who hates stereotypes and body-based judgments is dismissing a woman's emotional journey because of her looks. So, first, the media is bad because it makes you feel bad about your body. Now the media is bad because it makes healing look too easy. First, thin actresses are bad because they cause your issues. Now, thin actresses are bad because they try to help fix them. There is no winning.
Absolutely, it does sound fake. It's also hypocritical that only hyper-thin women are allowed to critique diet culture in these movies.
But it's a movie, it's not real life. I know it affects us, but it's our job to discern TV from real life. Hey, I does not want this to sound like a personal attack, but if you promote self-acceptance, why do you use a face mask? Just a sincere question.
I think you are looking too deep. Just because something triggers you, it doesn't mean is a bad thing. It's your job to work on your triggers.
Hi there, I'm Coach Nick and I'm a plus-size PT from Sydney. And I help people learn to move their body without the constant pressure of having to shrink their body. If that sounds like your kind of vibe, then go on and give me a follow.
Let's talk fitness. Being a fitness professional implies you've mastered the discipline of fat loss and building muscle. If you aren't applying the principles to yourself, how can you effectively coach others? And why is the pressure to shrink treated as negative here? For most people, the pressure is coming from their arteries and joints. The pressure is coming from the scale when they check for visceral fat. I want to focus on that specifically, visceral fat. That's the fat stored deep inside your abdomen, wrapping around your organs. Unlike the fat just under your skin, visceral fat is biologically active. It releases inflammatory markers and hormones that disrupt the body's normal function. I think lifting weights is one of the most powerful tools for mental health on the planet. But here is the disconnect. If you are not addressing the diet, if you are not looking at the gut microbiome, you are simply maintaining a high level of inflammation while moving. There is a line where fat acceptance turns into fat advocacy, where the goal shifts from "I accept myself while I work on myself" to "I accept myself so I don't have to work on myself." Your goal should be to build enough muscle to support your structure, and yes, lose the fat.
All I heard was plus size PT and followed instantly. Absolutely here for plus size woman in the personal training space.
Just FYI, if you see a really cool, hot, and sexy girl on the trails today, it's me. New vest, new water bottle, and new shoes. Hey, I got my Oakleys on. Gorgeous day out.
New vest, hot girl vibes. But is hitting the trails actually the sexiest thing you can do for your body if you're carrying the extra weight? Instead of investing in a new water bottle, why not invest in a gym membership where you can lift weights?
Love the vibes. Get it. Love your outfit.
Someone asked me, are the waist trainers worth it? I'm gonna let you watch this video and decide for yourself. To start things off, these are true plus size waist trainers. They go up to a 10X. I'm wearing the 6X. My waist, it is 57 inches, and I do have an apron belly. You're gonna reach in, pull your stomach up. This waist trainer accommodates all that. FUPA, postpartum, I'm okay. Postpartum bellies, back fat, all that. It is tall torso friendly as well. For reference, I am 5'7", 430 pounds. Like, where's my waist? Where is it? I don't even see it anymore. You're not gonna have to worry about this waist trainer rolling up on you. This waist trainer vest is going to snatch you right up. I'm currently down 3 inches off my waist from July. I run in this, I squat in this, I do my cute wall push-ups. It does not budge. So when you purchase, you are not just shopping, but you are supporting your fellow plus size sis who created these items just for us. Bye, guys.
Tall torso friendly. Buying this from you only.
She is selling these to her, quote, fellow plus-size sis, promising a snatched waist, and claims already lost 3 inches while wearing it, supposedly working out. This isn't just ineffective, this may be bad for you. Just to be clear, since she wasn't, it does not burn fat, even though will make you sweat, maybe. What it does is compress your soft tissues. It squeezes everything inwards, your organs, your fat, your intestines, and holds them there under pressure. She says she runs in this. She squats in this. Let me paint you a picture of what is happening internally when she does that. You are taking a garment, basically a modern corset, and you are wrapping it around a torso that contains significant visceral fat, which is already putting pressure on your internal organs just by existing. Now add a waist trainer on top of that. You are restricting your diaphragm's ability to expand. You are compressing your stomach and intestines while you are trying to move. Also, it can actually weaken your core muscles since it's doing the work your abs should. If she truly cared about her, quote, plus-size sis, she would be promoting sustainable fat loss. She would be promoting building muscle and fixing your diet.
I worked out in shorts and a sports bra to show you that it doesn't matter what size you are, you can do whatever you want. It's been a while since I've done one of these challenges, but I thought, you know what is something that's gonna really scare me? And I thought, I've never worked out in just a sports bra because internally, I guess I always thought that I wasn't allowed to. I was actually feeling really, really nervous, and these people started working out super, super close to me, like a whole entire family, and I was like, is this a good idea? Should I just do this another time? But I was like, you know what? It's all about getting uncomfy, okay? So here goes the moment where I was thinking about it and I think I chickened out. And then here we go. 3, 2, 1, rip her off. I was just trying to get it over and done with. And you know what happened? Absolutely nothing. I also forgot my headphones this day. So if anybody said anything, I was going to hear them. And nobody said a single word. Nobody looked at me. Nobody said anything. And you know what? I felt fucking great.
I always do my best to never include other people in my videos, like when obviously they don't know they're going to be online. So it looks like I'm working out in an empty gym, but I promise you, there was so many people around. There was a time where I wouldn't even wear shorts in the midst of an Australian summer. I would wear jeans to the beach. So to look at this and to see how far I've come, it just proves that it's possible. And yes, I wiped down my equipment. Reminder, always wipe down. It's a little gross if you don't, okay? And the bench, all right? Anything you touch. Also, if you've made it this far, I have a super exciting video coming out tomorrow. This is something that I've been working on for months and it's almost ready to be uploaded. So massive announcement tomorrow. Let me know what I should do next time. Whoops, I accidentally got him in the shot. My bad. I'm thinking stand-up paddleboarding, but let me know. Anyway, have a great day.
The message she's sending is, look at me. I'm obese. I'm working out in a sports bra and the world didn't end. Therefore, you can do whatever you want at any size. I think the message should be, wear whatever allows you to move safely and protect your body long term. If you're at this level of obesity, the scariest thing shouldn't be the judgment of a stranger. It should be the visceral fat you carry. This isn't a fitness video. This is a confidence challenge.
Girl, my biggest fear is that someone would tell me to put my shirt back on. So encouraging to hear you had a positive experience.
You're motivating me, girl.
Thanks for your inspiration, you've really helped me out.
This is so inspiring. I currently weigh 675 pounds and I'm trying to lose weight. Thank you for the motivation.
So, we've seen a plus-size PT who thinks not shrinking is a vibe, a runner who thinks expensive Oakleys protect her knees from 400 pounds of pressure, a creator selling 10 times waist trainers as support for a 57-inch waist, and a gym goer who thinks bravery is found in a sports bra. Here is the truth. The fat liberation movement is selling a fantasy. They want people to believe that if you just change your clothes or your vibe, the reality of obesity will just disappear. If we actually care about our fitness, we should stop focusing on moving our body and start focusing on building muscle. The bottom line: weight loss starts in the kitchen with a diet that heals your gut and reduces inflammation. Fat loss is maintained in the gym by lifting heavy. Mental health comes on its own.
Have you ever seen someone who was like 400 pounds and you were like, I wonder what it would be like to be them? Lucky for you, I've lived both sides of that experience. I can kind of give you an idea of what it was like.
We're looking at a rare moment of pure, unadulterated honesty. We talk a lot on this channel about the lies the fat acceptance movement tells you. That health is a social construct, that physics don't apply to bodies, and that being 400 pounds is just a different way of existing. Well, we have a woman who actually lived it and, more importantly, escaped it. Let's hear about her journey from 400 pounds.
I was 400 pounds in 2022 and I went on a cruise. I flew down there, went on the cruise, went through the whole process and then, came back. And now I just went on another cruise. I was about, 210 on that cruise. And my experiences are obviously very different. I kind of want to talk about it. And I think human curiosity is normal. So let me tell you what it's like. Being 400 pounds and flying is the nightmare that you imagine it to be. That cruise.
The FA movement spends millions of words trying to convince you that the airline seats are discriminatory, but she's admitting what every person in that movement is terrified to say out loud. It's not society making you miserable. It's the literal weight of your choices pressing your knees into the seat in front of you. The fat acceptance movement loves to say, the world should accommodate every body. Fine. But at what point do we acknowledge that certain bodies are carrying consequences that no amount of activism can redesign out of reality?
Respectfully, if someone is that big, they should be buying 2 seats like you did and not have their body half into the seat that we bought. Why should other strangers have to deal with them making uncomfortable because of their life decisions? Everyone around them does not have to be so accommodating and can put their comfort first also.
When you see someone approaching your seat, someone who's large, and you're wondering, like you're thinking to yourself, like, I hope that person is not sitting beside me because I don't want them on me in my seat. That person is also does not want to be there. They don't want to be on that plane. They don't want to be in a situation where the person they're sitting beside is obviously very small, and they're worried about touching you, or they've already planned all this out.
If this makes anyone feel better, I can truly say that I have never had that thought about anyone on a plane, and I fly like 10 plus times per year. My only thought is, please don't let it be a man. When watching people walk down the aisle towards the seat next to me.
And all this out. When I was 400 pounds, I did not fly alone. I would not fly alone. And the time that I did, I got a bigger seat, the Comfort Plus seat on a Delta flight, and luckily nobody sat beside me. Months leading up to that flight, they've had thoughts and fears about what that experience was going to be like. So I'm just letting you know, their fear of sitting beside you is greater than your fear of them sitting beside you. Is it uncomfortable to squeeze into that little seat? The whole thing is uncomfortable. From the moment you step onto the plane and you have to turn sideways to walk down the aisle, and your backpack is touching people and your body is touching people, and then you have to ask for a seatbelt extender, and then when you sit down, your knees don't quite fit between the seat and the seat in front of you, because at least for me, my butt is so big that it's like I can't like sit back against a chair like that. Like I'm sitting kind of up and back, and then my knees are touching the seat in front of me. And then one of the tricks that I did was I turned myself sideways so that my butt was like up on the side of the plane, so I always made sure I had a window seat, and then I could get one of my thighs like tucked under me enough so that I wasn't into the seat beside me.
She was playing Tetris with her own limbs just to exist in a public space. This isn't living your best life. This is a hostage situation where your own adipose tissue is the captor. And notice the shame she felt, not because of fat phobia, but because deep down, your biological instincts know that being unable to fit in a standard human environment is a failure of health, not a success of body diversity. Now, I want you to imagine the fat acceptance activists for a second. They would look at this and say, this is discrimination. Airlines should make bigger seats. Society needs to accommodate her, but doesn't blame the airline. She admits the obvious. And here's the part that the healthy at every size crowd refuses to acknowledge. It wasn't a nightmare because the world is mean. It was a nightmare because physics exists.
I personally think that airlines should have some designated rows with larger seats to accommodate large passengers.
They do. First class, right?
Or at least so much into that seat beside me. But the whole time, like my legs would be cramped up. My hips would hurt. No going to the bathroom on the plane, obviously, because you can't fit in the bathroom and you don't want to touch anybody going down the aisle. And what's worse is if for some reason you get sat in a exit row, you have to move, and they will tell you to move. And if you need a seatbelt extender and you are in like the first class seats in the front, the nicer seats with the little hard armrest, thinking, hey, if I can squeeze myself into the seat with the hard armrest, then I won't be touching the person next to me. Those seats, you cannot use a seatbelt extender with those seats. So you have to move. And they will make a big deal out of it. And they will ask somebody to switch with you, and they have to balance the plane because of your weight. And it's horrible.
My jaw dropped when you said they have to balance the plane because of your weight. Is that true? It is absolutely true. I had to Google it, but basically the plane has a computerized balancing system, and it will notify the pilot that the plane is off balance due to uneven weight distribution.
And it's horrible. Flying at 400 pounds is a nightmare. Flying at 200 pounds with extra skin, so really more like 185, is the most nothing thing. I just walk right onto the plane and nobody looks at me. Everybody ignores me.
She went from being a logistical catastrophe to being a person. A person who can cross her legs. The FA crowd calls this thin privilege. I call it functional reality. She didn't love herself into being comfortable at 400 pounds. She changed her body, and her mind followed.
He ignores me, which I love. And I go to my seat, and the person looks relieved when they see that it's me that's going to be sitting beside them. Like, I notice it. I don't need a seatbelt extender. I can put my tray table down. I cross my legs. I slide my feet under the seat in front of me. and I don't worry. And it's a totally different experience. It's not a nightmare at all. And that's so bizarre to me. Like, nobody will probably listen to this whole thing, but just in case you were ever wondering what it's like flying at 400 pounds, traveling at 400 pounds, it's terrible. At least for me, it was terrible. 5'6", 400 pounds. And I just didn't realize like what I didn't realize what I'd look like at that weight. And I didn't realize like how big I really was until you walk down the aisle of a flight, where now you just walk like straight down the aisle and you're not touching anybody and you're not touching the seats with your hips, and you're just like, I was really big. So anyway, the cruise part is very similar, especially when you go to other countries. People look at you a lot. Like when you're a plus size person and you're traveling to like other countries, people look at you differently. You're kind of like a spectacle, I think. And I hate that. People look at you when you go to get on the elevator with them. One of the weirdest things about this trip to me was something I just realized, because I haven't really traveled a lot. I got pregnant 2024, and then last year we had the baby all, you know, through the traveling season. So we haven't really traveled a lot since I lost the weight. And people don't leave as wide of a space for me as I expect them to. Like, you know, cruising can be like close quarters and stuff, and I expect people to like move like way out of my way, or for me to move like way out of their way, and they just don't do that. And that's so weird. Like, that was, I think, the thing I noticed most about the trip was like, if somebody scooted over for me, they didn't leave the amount of space that I thought they should have, like at a table.
This is a fascinating psychological shift. When you're 400 pounds, you're a gravitational force. People move because they have to. Now, she's realizing she occupies a normal human displacement. It's like she's relearning how to be part of the human tribe instead of a monument people have to navigate around. Her mind is finally catching up to her incredible physical transformation.
Should have, like at a table or between two seats or walking through the aisle. And that was weird. And a lot more people like make eye contact with you. A lot more people speak to you. That was weird. The thing I think that's happened over the course of my life, I'm 40, I've been plus size the majority of my life. I think I've become very antisocial, and I've told myself, like, I don't want people to talk to me. I don't want people to look at me. I don't want people to speak to me. And so it's such an odd experience when like people want to approach you, they want to be kind to you, they want to speak to you. I feel like I have like a guard up, and I'm now just like a very off-putting person because I would just rather not be spoken to. It's weird. Traveling at 200 pounds is very different than traveling at 400 pounds. The other thing is, like, I don't feel the same level of like fatigue or pain that I did. Like, I'm just back at work today. I was on an 8-day cruise, and so traveling a total of 9 days and just going about my life, you know, just gonna live. Anyway, if you're wondering, that's what it was like. I'm sorry if that hurt anybody's feelings. It hurt my feelings when I was going through it too, so.
She is the living, breathing proof that you do not have to stay trapped in a body that feels like a prison. The fat acceptance movement wants you to accept the pain, accept the seatbelt extenders, all while calling it empowerment. Her mind shift is the most beautiful part of this. She finally sees that she was really big, and she chose to do something about it. Life at a healthy weight isn't just better, it's a completely different dimension. She says, I've become very antisocial. She thought everyone was judging her, but she realizes she's the one who became off-putting. This destroys the victim narrative. The body positivity movement tells you that if people are mean to you, it's because of fat phobia. But this woman is realizing that a huge part of her isolation was her own defense mechanism born out of the physical and mental strain of carrying extra 200 pounds. When you feel good, you act good. When you aren't in pain, you smile more. It's biology.
I never thought about it from this perspective. If I'm in this situation on the plane, I'll make sure to say hi. Thanks for sharing.
I always figure, a smile and a friendly face costs nothing and can make someone's horrible experience just a bit more bearable. And so I always try to be that person.
Huge respect and congratulations on your weight loss journey.
We're diving into a trend that's taking over fitness social media, the plus-size fitness movement. We're looking at 4 creators who are out there moving their bodies, but we need to ask the tough question. What are we actually looking at? Is it proof that health comes in all sizes? Is it motivation? Is it cope? Is it progress? Or is it just performance? First up, we have Elle. She's been hitting the gym for 10 years, and she's got a message for anyone who thinks you can judge a book by its cover. Let's see.
One comment that I've been getting a lot more on my social media recently is people telling me to get a gym membership. And if you're not new around here, yes, I'm also just as confused as you are. But if you are new here, hi, I'm Elle and I've been going to the gym for over 10 years. And yes, I'm also very aware that when you look at my physique, you wouldn't immediately think I go to the gym. And that does not bother me whatsoever. To give you a little bit of a backstory. Not that I should need to, because the way my body looks has nothing to do with you. But in the last few years, I've recovered from 3 different which led me to gaining a lot of weight. In the process, I also recovered my relationship with food and improved my mindset and mental health so much that I actually don't care whatsoever about what my body looks like. Which if you told me that 5 years ago, I do not think I would have believed you whatsoever. But now I move my body because I love it, because I know it's so good for my mental health, and because I just love challenging myself and being so strong. And I post about it online in hopes that other women will see me and feel inspired to do the same. So yes, you may be surprised to know that I do have a gym membership, and I probably go more than you do. So here's your reminder to not judge a book by its cover. And just because someone is bigger doesn't mean they don't exercise. Love ya!
Look, I love the energy. I really do. Recovering is a massive mental win, and the fact that you've repaired your relationship with the gym is something to be celebrated. But you said you go to the gym more than most people. But here's the million-dollar question. Is your movement actually moving the needle? You're promoting body positivity, but we shouldn't confuse acceptance with complacency regarding metabolic health. You mentioned that you don't care what your body looks like, and that's a great mental shield. But your body internally cares. Specifically, that visceral fat, the fat stored around your abdomen, isn't just a look, it's inflammation. You can love your body and still want to save it from the consequences of carrying excess weight. You're at the gym, which is perfect for mental health. Lifting weights is the ultimate antidepressant. But you cannot out-train a diet that isn't aligned with your physiology. Your gut microbiome is likely the silent saboteur here, and insulin is the architect. If you want results, you have to manage insulin. This is why low-carb or intermittent fasting helps. So, you want to be an inspiration, then you need to show women how to be strong and lean. Don't just show them how to exist in a gym. Fat loss should be the goal, not just weight loss. When you prioritize building muscle and hitting those heavy compounds, you turn your body into a calorie-burning furnace since doing a recomposition. As long as I go to the gym, my health is automatically optimal is misleading. You are promoting body neutrality, okay, but are you accidentally promoting fat acceptance to the point of ignoring health? They are all the same, I suppose. Fat liberation, body positivity, fat acceptance.
It genuinely doesn't matter. People go to the gym for different reasons. It's crazy to think that people go to the gym for weight loss.
You are literally who I want to be.
Don't compare yourself, queen. Lots of my life off of social media I'm sure you wouldn't want. Comparison is the thief of joy.
Next, we've got a creator taking on the 272 steps. She's calling it a plus-size approved challenge.
Before climbing 272 stairs, I looked for videos of other plus-size people making the ascent to Batu Caves. I didn't find any videos, so this is mine. I'm going to start a timer and see how long it takes me. That said, I'm in no rush. I'm going to take all the breaks I need to just take care of myself. Let's go. Here we go. I think we're about a third of the way here. This is a pilgrimage for the Hindu people, so I see many people here having their experience, and we're so lucky to be here with them. So let's keep going.
While you're climbing the stairs, you need to watch out for these mischievous little monkeys, and don't bring snacks because they'll snatch them.
We're taking a breather. Look at the view.
My favorite type of breather. Oh, look at the view.
We're nearing the last stretch. It hasn't been too bad at all. I'm so glad we're doing this. Look at the gorgeous entrance. I'm glad we got here nice and early so it's not super hot. Did it.
Once you reach the top, tucked inside the limestone caves are a number of temples for you to explore and observe.
More stairs.
The combination of nature and the privilege of observing other spirituality is perfection.
Now, while I did not find videos of tourists who are larger bodied making this pilgrimage to the top, I have to say there are plenty of Hindu people here who are larger bodied doing this, so you can do it too. I challenge you. Come and visit Batu Caves when you come to Malaysia.
We went up, we went inside, we came down. It's plus size approved, baby.
272 stairs. For most, that's a warm-up. For this creator, it's a pilgrimage that needs a plus-size approved seal of approval. If 272 stairs is a challenge that requires multiple self-care breathers, that isn't a victory, but a massive red flag. You said you didn't see videos of other plus-size tourists doing this. Maybe that's because most people don't think climbing stairs is a viral-worthy feat of strength. This is the hallmark of fat liberation, celebrating the bare minimum because the bar has been set so low it's underground. Here's the thing. Climbing stairs is great cardio, but it's a lot harder when you're carrying a literal weighted vest of visceral fat. And every extra pound you carry puts roughly 4 pounds of pressure on your knee joints. Let me be perfectly clear. The fact that she tackled those 272 stairs at that size, even though in 20 minutes, and finished the climb with a smile on her face is genuinely motivational for her audience. And I find that inspiring. But we shouldn't be looking for plus-size approved destinations. We should be building muscle and focusing on fat loss so that the entire world is approved for us. So, are we documenting our journeys, or are we just documenting our limitations?
She didn't see the representation she was looking for, so she made it herself.
You sound like an awesome person. Hopefully you don't feel like your weight defines you. Your username makes me sad. I used to be 350 pounds.
As an out-of-shape plus-sized woman, I did this in 2024 and it was easier than I dared to imagine. I did it early in the morning and I took my time.
Now we're hitting the pavement for a Saturday morning easy run, 4.5 miles at a conversational pace. It sounds disciplined, but is she running toward a goal or just running away from the hard truth about her diet?
It's Saturday morning, let's do an easy run. We have 4.5 miles scheduled, and like I said, excuse me, it's an easy run, so just doing conversational pace. 1 mile. I wish I had a hair tie. It's a little too windy to have my hair down today. Mile 2, got a hair tie. Mile 3. Mile 4. We're almost done. 4.5, and we're done.
This is motivational, but here's the reality. Your body is smart. It adapts. You can jog 4 miles every single day, but if you're still carrying that much weight, your cardio isn't working for you. It's just wearing down your joints. When you stay at a conversational pace while being significantly overweight, you aren't pushing into the zone where fat loss actually happens efficiently. You're just moving. And while movement is medicine, medicine only works if the dosage is correct. To actually see a change, you need to stop focusing on miles and start focusing on metabolic flexibility. If your gut microbiome is signaling for sugar and high carbs, an easy run will just make you hungrier, leading to an insulin spike that stores more fat. Go to the gym, lift weights. Or, if you want those 4 miles to actually matter, you need to combine them with intermittent fasting or low-carb lifestyle.
Yes, when I see my easy run as 3 to 4 miles on my app, I'm like, how is that easy?
And finally, we have this, a full leg day workout tutorial from a plus-size creator.
If you are terrified of walking into the gym because you don't know what to do or where to start, I promise you are not the only one. When I started my weight loss journey, I used to hide in corners and on the treadmill, and that is exactly why I am making this series for you guys. All you're gonna need is one corner, a pair of dumbbells, and a bench, no machines, and absolutely no brain power. I will be showing up every single week with a new workout that you can go to your corner and follow right along with. I always want you guys to start out by stretching. Please do not skip this part, and then let's get to work. Grab 2 dumbbells that feel pretty heavy. If you're not wearing flat shoes, take your shoes off because we are doing a full leg day today. Starting out with goblet squats. Make sure those feet are planted flat on the floor and drive through your heels when you're coming back up. Grab another equally heavy dumbbell, and we are doing RDLs next. I do have a full form video on RDLs, so if you want me to send that to you, just send me a DM and I'll send you the link. But you're just hinging back at the hips on these. Tuck that chin and make sure you keep your back nice and flat on these. Next, we're gonna move on to reverse lunges. If these are too challenging for you to do like this, then absolutely hold on to something. When I started my journey, I could not do a reverse lunge without holding on to something. There's nothing wrong with that. Just start where you're at, guys. Next up, we have some sumo squats. This is gonna hit some different muscles than the goblet squats did. You're gonna really widen your stance here. Point those toes outwards. Once again, keep those feet nice and flat. Go as low as you can and come back up. Next is the part where you're gonna need your bench. We are starting out with Bulgarian split squats. And I showed you my little trick where you put your feet straight out and you stand up right in that spot. With these, you want to imagine your butt is going back towards the bench instead of straight up and down. And lastly, we have a good old hip thrust. Grab a heavy dumbbell, throw that right on your lower belly, and you're just going to thrust your hips straight up. Be sure to keep that chin tucked, and we are all done. Don't forget to come back for next week's workout.
I'm not gonna lie. Even if I wanted to hate on this, I can't. This is perfect. Her form, great. Her exercise selection, scientific. The gold standard of training. If you're looking for a leg day, this is it. She's hitting the posterior chain with RDLs, she's mastering the Bulgarian split squat, the most hated but effective leg move in existence, and she's even talking about hip thrusts with a heavy dumbbell on the lower belly. She's doing the real work that actually leads to building muscle. The only thing I don't like is she tells you to stay in your corner so you don't feel judged. I say, get out of the corner. If you're lifting like this, you've earned the center of the gym. And use a bar.
I go to the gym at 4 a.m. I can explore and learn all the machines without anyone watching me. Why shoes off? I have bad feet. Would it be better for them on or off?
Here's the bottom line. Doesn't matter how many plus-size approved stickers you put on your workouts. Biology doesn't care about your feelings. Visceral fat, that fat around your belly we saw in these videos, is a metabolic time bomb. You can't out-jog it, and you can't body-positive it away. If you want to actually change, you should start focusing on fat loss. Diet is king. Fix your gut microbiome. Try low-carb or fasting. Lower your insulin so your body can actually access those fat stores. And lots of protein. Lift heavy. Building muscle changes your body composition, teaches discipline, and boosts mental health. Intensity matters. Stop the conversational fluff. If you aren't challenging your muscles, you're just a tourist in the gym. Don't settle for being active and obese. Strive to be strong, lean, and capable of climbing those stairs without needing a self-care break. Now, let's talk about the gym. This next part is dedicated to the body positivity mindset in fitness and why it's bad. We're diving into the trend of redefining fitness while staying exactly the same weight. I'm all for movement, but there's a massive difference between exercising for views and training for fat loss. We're talking visceral fat and why body positivity might actually be a metabolic trap. Let's get into it. We have the Fit Check Queen. She's got nice gear, energy drinks, and a whole lot of confusion about what a waist trainer actually does. She says she's redefining her relationship with fitness.
Welcome back to another Come to the Gym with me as a fat girl who's redefining her relationship with fitness. I feel like it's been so long since I made one of these, but ooh, Alani. I love Alani. Not sponsored, but Alani, if y'all want to send me another case of them drinks over, you can feel free to. Fit Check, everything is from Shein, everything but the sneakers. Y'all always ask me where I get my waist trainer. I get my waist trainer from Shein. I get a lot of my workout clothing from Shein.
First of all, I love the energy. I really do. She's excited to be there. She's promoting body positivity in her own way. However, waist trainers do not burn fat. They compress your organs and might make you sweat, but they do zero for that visceral fat, the dangerous fat wrapped around your heart and liver. And the Alani, it's a caffeine hit, not a magic potion. If we're redefining fitness, let's start by redefining your diet.
So we're starting with the treadmill. Y'all know how I feel about the treadmill. I love the treadmill, okay? The treadmill is probably my favorite piece of equipment in the entire gym, no exaggeration. And I stay on there for 35 minutes and I go anywhere between like 2.3 to 3.2 and anywhere from 3.5 to 5 incline, sometimes 6. Anyway, that's the thingy. That's the push down thingy that I can never think of, but I like it and I use it all the time. I look like I'm struggling, probably because I was, but it's okay. You know, we're here. A lot of y'all will ask me how to overcome and persevere through gym anxiety, and if I can give you the most solid, honest to God, real advice, is to just go. Get your ass up and go. Don't think twice about it. Do it because you want to. Because honestly, I show up to the gym not knowing what the fuck I'm doing, and I just be in my own world.
Of course the treadmill is your favorite. It's the comfort zone. But for an extremely obese individual, 35 minutes of slow walking is movement, but it isn't fat loss optimization. Think what else you can accomplish in 35 minutes. And the push down thingy is a tricep exercise. You are spending time isolating a muscle when you have a massive metabolic opportunity being wasted. Doing triceps and leg raises at this stage is like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon.
Like, my form is not perfect, okay? I don't always feel like I know what I'm doing, but I show up and I do it again, and I do it again, and I do it again, and I do it again. And as I've been going to the gym for over a year now, it's just, I feel secure. I feel safe. And even when I don't know what I'm doing, I don't know, it doesn't matter because I'm moving my body in a healthy way. And I always say cute workout clothes are like the best motivation to go to the gym, okay? But genuinely, don't overthink it. Just do it. Just go for it. I think these are called sumo squats. I don't know. I just started doing these not too long ago. And I just started using this kind of weight to do it because I usually use a dumbbell. But anyway, whatever. I love doing this thing.
Form matters most when you are carrying extra weight. Every pound of body weight puts about 4 pounds of pressure on your knee joints. If your form is trash and you're just doing it, you aren't moving in a healthy way. It can set your fitness journey back 6 months. Don't just show up to show up. Show up with a plan to build muscle. Fat acceptance should never mean accepting a lack of progress. True body positivity is giving your heart and joints a break by getting that weight off. Barely marching in place while holding a kettlebell does nothing for you.
It feels good. I like it. It definitely does what it needs to do. I love this particular exercise so much. This is one of my favorite things to do. Not gonna lie, I really feel like it has helped me emphasize my waist. Got some body recomposition going on heavy because of this exercise. And then I like to finish up with the elliptical. The elliptical is another one of my favorite things in the gym. At this point, I'm done. Like, I really want to leave, but I be forcing myself, like, just get a little bit of cardio in right before you leave, and then we are out of here. Thanks for watching. Love you.
Let's clear up a myth. Spot reduction is a lie. You cannot choose where your body burns fat. Why are we swinging and marching with dumbbells? It's useless. The only exercises in this entire video that may actually count are the squats and maybe the leg press. If you want to change your life, you need to lift weights that actually challenge your central nervous system. That recomposition you're feeling is likely just a pump. If you want a smaller waist, you need to fix your insulin sensitivity. And stop the endless elliptical finishers and start prioritizing protein and heavy sets. The elliptical is just a way to feel busy while you wait to go home. Why is this wrong? Because you feel like you did the work, so you go home and reward yourself, and the scale doesn't move.
I don't know the name of half the exercises I do, but I think you were right.
Next, we're looking at the monthly milestone. Imagine being over 300 pounds and deciding that your primary metric for success is a plank. This is the definition of performative fitness.
I'm currently 308 pounds. We're gonna see how long I can hold a plank for. I'm gonna make this video every month, see if I can hold it for longer and longer, and hopefully work myself up to a minute. All right, let's see if I can do like, I don't know, let's just see how far I get. All right, ready, 1, 2, go. 1 Mississippi, 2. Oh, this is bad. Oh, God. This is worse than I thought. Oh, I'm shaking. Oh, jeez. We're at 20 seconds. Oh, God. Okay. I made it to 30. Oh my gosh, that was actually so bad. Whoa. I like physically gave out in the end. Okay, well, that's a start, so we'll see. Oh my God, that was hard. Let's see if I can work myself up to a minute eventually, but like, that was pretty bad.
So you're 308 pounds, and your big fitness milestone is a once-in-a-while plank. We need to talk about effective dose. A plank is a core stabilization exercise. It's great for athletes, but for someone carrying significant visceral fat, 30 seconds of shaking on your room floor isn't a workout. And why a plank? Why is this the metric? Even if you get to 1 minute, what changes? You aren't redefining anything, you're just putting unnecessary stress on your lower back. If this is the only physical thing you're doing, you're stuck in the fat acceptance loop of doing the least while expecting the most. Stop worrying about a 1-minute plank and start worrying about your gut microbiome and your insulin levels. Working up to a minute plank over several months is a waste of your time. At 308 pounds, your primary focus should be weight loss through aggressive diet changes and building muscle through high-impact, low-skill movements. Skip the plank. It does nothing for your metabolism. Hit the compound lifts. If you're at home, do air squats or lunges. And at this weight, 90% of your progress will come from what you don't eat.
That was 25 seconds.
It's different when she was looking at the time.
Girl, I can barely do that. I can't do a push-up though. It's sad for real.
The emotional roller coaster. It's day 5, the tears are flowing, and the coach has an extremely obese woman doing box jumps?
Day 5 of my fitness journey, a bad day. So everything about that sucked. I wasn't strong at these workouts. It didn't feel like I was capable. I felt out of place. I felt like I didn't belong. I'm struggling really hard with this location specifically. Having support and that kind of camaraderie is so important. And I'm so thankful to my coach, Stacy today, Liv every other day. Those are my girls, and that made me keep going. I really wanted to quit. I wanted to check out. I wanted to leave. And I thought, no, put your shoes back on, get in there, try again. And that for sure is a win for me. I would have ditched so hard before. Old me would have ditched. These days are a huge learning lesson, and I want to show the good and the bad, so here we are. I still tried, and that's all you can do. And if it's not your day, it's not your day, and that's okay. We're gonna push through.
It's day 5 and we're already having a cinematic breakdown? I get it. Starting is hard. But if you're crying on camera 5 days in, your fitness journey is being fueled by emotion, not discipline. And can we talk about Coach Stacy? Any coach who has an extremely obese client jumping onto stacked plates on day 5 needs their certification revoked. That's an orthopedic nightmare. Why are we even doing jumps? You say you still tried, but what exactly are you trying to achieve? If you want to lose fat, jumping on a box isn't the answer. Control yourself in the kitchen. You're crying about not belonging at the gym, but you belong exactly where the food is. Diet is 90% of this battle. So stop the main character energy. Discipline is quiet. True body positivity should be giving your body the nutrients and the heavy resistance it actually needs to thrive.
Exercise should be fun. Start with things that bring joy. If this workout makes you cry, maybe start with a nice lovely walk around the neighborhood. As someone who was almost 400, no activity was fun, enjoyable, ever. I had to do a lot of unfun things to be able to get my body to a point where movement wasn't embarrassing, shameful, and where it didn't hurt.
There is a conversation happening right now in the fitness space. We're going to call it fat phobia in the gym. We have 3 creators, 2 different victim narratives, and 1 unifying theme, a complete misunderstanding of where the real problem lies. They want you to believe that the gym is a hostile place full of judgmental trolls. Let's watch, let's dissect, and let's finally separate the fat from the fiction.
Do you ever judge fat people at the gym?
Yeah, honestly, I hate to see a torta at the gym. It's like the worst feeling in the world. I'm just kidding. I used to be a torta myself.
Oh my god, you almost gave me a heart attack, actually.
Funny because, well, actually, the visceral fat you're carrying is actively trying to give you a heart attack. Most people at the gym are too busy chasing a pump to worry about your BMI. The only one truly judging you is your own body.
What message would you give to those that are maybe on the bigger side and they're kind of fearful to come to the gym?
I would say just come. I lost weight a big amount 3 times, and every time I got bigger, I use it as a challenge, and I say just show up every day and don't worry about what anybody thinks. 179 right now, but I'm still going down.
Have you ever witnessed someone being judgmental of someone on the bigger side?
I haven't witnessed that, but I've always been like stuck on what I'm doing.
What words of motivation would you give to someone bigger to encourage them to maybe not be shy to come to the gym if they want to?
Show up for yourself, challenge yourself every day, and I don't know, strive to do better.
I actually love the advice, but what got my attention here is that she's lost a big amount 3 times. Using it as a challenge is a strange excuse. You're trapped in a yo-yo cycle, wrecking your hormonal baseline. Every time you lose weight and regain even more, you're trading muscle mass for visceral fat.
I be in there judging myself.
Next, we're looking at a masterclass in using a single viral jerk as an exit ramp for personal responsibility.
Guy at the gym told this lady he don't want fat people next to him.
What's crazy to me about this as a fat person, and I'm sure so many other plus size people can relate, is that people are chronically telling us online or even in person that we need to go lose weight, go to the gym, work out, whatever it is. And even when you're a plus size or fat person that does work out, it's people like him that are saying, I don't want you to work out next to me. Where are we supposed to go?
You're taking one viral clip of someone being a jerk and use it to indict the entire fitness community. Here's the reality. That guy, he's the villain in everyone's story, not just yours. 99% of the people in that gym would have stepped in to shut him down, as all of them did. We'll watch the whole video at the end. So most of us are those people. But you're using his bad behavior as an excuse to validate your own choices. Weird.
You want us to lose this weight. You want us to be skinny or strong or whatever your health concern is for us. But when we do that, you're upset. If we don't do that, you're upset. It's like the same people that complained about Nike making plus size apparel, and then when they put plus size mannequins in the stores to promote the apparel, people got mad because they said it promoted obesity. Losing weight doesn't happen overnight. Losing 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds doesn't happen overnight. You know, you go from a size 20 to an 18 to a 16, 50, whatever it is, you know. So what are we supposed to wear? What are we supposed to do? Where are we supposed to go if we can't be in plus size clothes, if we can't be in gyms? Where are we supposed to be? It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. So I think plus size women, do whatever you want with your bodies. Who cares?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Really? If you do, you get lower blood pressure, a functioning life. If you don't, you get inflammation and a shortened lifespan. That doesn't sound like a tie to me. Stop looking for the world to roll out a red carpet for your weight loss journey. This isn't about pleasing men in gyms. It's about protecting your brain, your hormones, your longevity.
This is the reason of why I'm scared to go to gym.
Let's watch the video.
Guy at the gym told this lady he don't want fat people next to him.
Yo, it's a new year. Let's be great. Let's be great. It's a new year. It's a new year. Yo, watch this set though.
Nah, fuck that, yo. I ain't one of these bitches that be looking at fucking dudes in the gym. Fuck out of here, I'm a husband. I'm fucking 16 years. Fuck out of here. Yo, if I'm going right now, he would fucking come over here. Fucking telling me I don't want fat people next to me like I'm fucking next to him. Yeah, he said that. And I hope they fucking suspend this shit.
Bro, he is evil.
Nah, he said it again.
That's some weird shit, bro.
Again.
That's some weird shit, bro. That's weird, bro. Yo, you a weirdo, bro. Yo, you a weirdo, bro.
I'm not a thirsty girl.
You a weirdo.
Look at Captain Sable.
You a weirdo. Hey, yo, you a weirdo, bro. You a weirdo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Uh-huh. Hold on.
Fuck it, man. We gotta go over there, man. Look at you, bro. You built like a little stick.
Why didn't the manager tell him to leave for harassing her?
The manager asked him to leave, police were called, and he is banned from all Pure gyms.
What happened?
Finally, we have the Sherlock Holmes of the fat acceptance movement. Instead of spending the time fixing her diet, this creator spent her afternoon stalking a trainer's profile and contacting his boss. Apparently, canceling a coach is easier than canceling a sugar addiction or DoorDash subscription.
I feel like there's always this discourse of people are afraid to go into the gym, and then you have the gym people that are just like, no, like the gym's so welcoming, the gym community is so amazing, blah, 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 all that stuff. And it's just like, it's not true. Like, there are like good, nice people at the gym, and for the most part, like, you can find those communities. But it's not like 100% true.
Welcome to reality. No environment is 100% welcoming because the world isn't designed for your comfort. You're complaining that the gym isn't a safe haven of body positivity, but the gym is literally built on the foundation of dissatisfaction. We go there because we don't accept our current state. If you're looking for unconditional validation, try a support group.
A prime example, on one of my videos, for some reason, just keeps getting a lot of traction, and I keep getting a lot of trolls on there commenting negative stuff. And today I was like, you know what? I have the time. So I looked at this one comment, and it said, don't we all just hate seeing fat people? And it said something else. I'll put it up here. I got screenshots for everything. And I clicked on his profile, and I found out he's a fitness coach. Like, he's an actual fitness coach. So I was like, oh, okay. So then I clicked on, because he works for Apex Training in Houston, Texas. And so I clicked on their thing. And I was like, well, I'm just going to let them know his beliefs. Because surely being a great gym community who is welcoming of everybody and, you know, wants to help people better themselves and get healthy, surely he would have something to say about that. So I sent him that, and I was just like, I'll show you the screenshots. And essentially I was just like, you know, I was surprised to see a fitness coach had these beliefs about people in bigger bodies. I would hope that your business doesn't reflect those same beliefs, whatever. He agreed with them. He was like, no, it's really not normal.
Imagine if you only put this much energy toward fixing your diet. But let's check out the conversation, because he did not agree with him. Hey, just wanted to bring to your attention, one of your coaches has some fat-phobic things to say about women in bigger bodies. I was surprised to see that he is a fitness coach. I was able to find that he works for your company rather quickly. I would hope your company doesn't reflect his same beliefs, especially since you offer personal training, and I would have to assume you have clients who are in bigger bodies, trying to become more healthy. It's sad because it's people like him that prevent big people from entering the gym in the first place. Gym owner. And what was said? Her. Quote, "Don't we all hate seeing fat people? That's not normal." Gym owner. "It's really not normal. I think we all have better things to do. He is entitled to his opinion, and I wish you the best in your endeavors."
He agreed with him. He was like, no, it's really not normal. And so, and that's what we are saying when we say we don't feel comfortable going to the gym. Because you'll have these people who claim that they want to help, claim that they're proud of you, claim that they're, here to support you, whatever. This man, I'm not even talking about the troll that made the comment. Now I'm talking about the owner of this training facility. He even said that.
He did not say that. That's why you kept this screenshot for 2 seconds rather than the 11 seconds for the first one. He just said that they have better things to do.
So it's like, how are we supposed to feel comfortable? I don't know. I don't know if some of you gym folk can weigh in on this. What are your thoughts? I don't know. That was just kind of disheartening.
The mean coach isn't the reason you're out of shape. Your obsession with being comfortable is.
I DM'd them and you wouldn't believe the response, lol.
Avery, if you pay attention, he is not my employee. He is an athlete that I train and he's entitled to his own opinion.
I'm gonna be brutally honest here. If you want to use people looking at you and possibly judging you as a reason to stop going to the gym, then you never really wanted to go to begin with. If people judging you hasn't stopped you from going out to eat, going to the movies, going shopping, etc., then why would it stop you from going to the gym? You will be judged everywhere you go no matter how you look. Bottom line is you still decide where you go and what you do with your life.
This might be an unpopular opinion and I don't mean to be negative, but why does everything have to be a community? People should go to the gym, mind their business, and do their workout. Fitness is an individual journey. It doesn't require community.
At the end of the day, there are a million excuses to not lose weight. You gonna go through them all before you decide to change something?
So here we are, 3 creators, one common enemy they've all identified. A judgmental gym goer. A troll. Yes, those people exist. Yes, they're wrong. But what are you going to do about it?
There's this perception of plus size people that we don't work out, that we're lazy, that we just sit around. And that couldn't be further from my reality. I absolutely love moving my body. I love being active. I love working out. And I love challenging myself. But it took me years to get into that headspace where I wasn't punishing my body.
Is she loving herself or giving up? Because there is a difference between moving your body because you respect it and moving your body as a get-out-of-jail-free card so you can ignore the real problem. You know that the plus-size people are lazy. But I don't think you're lazy. I think you're delusional. And I think your joints agree with me. Here is the thing that immediately raises a red flag. Why do you feel the need to convince us? Why is this video among just a few, I will include the rest in the background, on your profile dedicated to fitness? You are sitting there telling us how obsessed you are, how you love challenging yourself, yet your content is silent on the subject. That tells me this isn't your reality. This is your defense mechanism. You've built an entire narrative in your head where you're the active girl who just happens to be morbidly obese, because that story protects you from having to look at the truth. Maybe you just documented the rare occasions and made this compilation. You're not here to show us your fitness journey, but to convince yourself that you have one.
My body. Growing up, I was always a little overweight, but I was always very active. I grew up playing soccer and swimming, but I fluctuated in weight a lot. I've been everywhere from a size 12 to a 22 and everything in between multiple times. Once I got to college, I wasn't a part of a gym. I wasn't playing soccer. I hired a personal trainer. And I feel like this is where my fitness journey truly began. I ran my first half marathon, my first Ragnar relay race, and continued to do races. I was absolutely obsessed with running. I'm a competitive person by nature, so races was really fun for me. I also did a lot of classes like Les Mills Body Pump, continued working out and loved it. I moved in 2014, joined a few soccer teams, and unfortunately tore my meniscus at the end of 2014.
You are listing off the resume of a Division I athlete. You have done more exercise in the last 10 years than 90% of the population does in a lifetime. You are obsessed with fitness. So if the equation for health was simply move more, you'd be on the cover of Women's Health. But you're not. You're here, telling us how active you are, while visually the scale is going the wrong way. Do you know what that tells me? It tells me that for all your fictional moving, you are completely ignoring the fact that you cannot outrun a bad diet. You cannot outlift a fork. You are breaking your body down with exercise to compensate for what you're putting in your mouth, and your body is screaming at you to stop. Let's focus on your description. My fitness journey and how I came to love being active. My fitness journey, embracing movement and body positivity. You're participating in the fat acceptance narrative that suggests as long as you're active, the 80+ pounds of excess fat don't count. They do.
Exercise helps me manage my anxiety. Doesn't matter if I don't lose a pound, it's all about feeling good and moving our body in a way that we like.
I exercise a lot, like 2 to 3 times a day to help manage my ADHD and chronic pain. People get really weird that my reasons for exercising aren't weight.
And also weird that people care so much what you're doing.
After a year of rehab, I then started doing CrossFit. I had gained a little bit of weight. I wanted to feel strong again. I absolutely fell in love with CrossFit. I wasn't playing soccer or running anymore because of my knee. I was challenging myself in other ways. My friends were really active, and so we did things like SoulCycle, rollerblading, and every activity you could possibly imagine. I was also able to use the Meta Gym. I absolutely love doing fitness activities with other people. It actually really helped in traveling. You'd be surprised at how many situations you're in while traveling where your fitness level comes into play. And if you can't climb those steps or climb that pyramid, you're missing out. Then at the end of 2017, I injured my back in CrossFit, so I had to stop.
You have the medical history of a 50-year-old NFL linebacker. You want to know why you keep getting injured? Because you are asking a body that is carrying a massive amount of visceral fat to perform like a gymnast. You are putting high-impact, explosive demands on joints that are already struggling to support your baseline weight. You need to stop looking at exercise as a competitive sport and start looking at it as a tool for survival. Right now, that fat around your abdomen, that visceral fat, isn't just a body type. It is a metabolically active organ that is pumping inflammation into every single one of those injuries, making it harder to heal. It is a ticking time bomb for your heart, and no amount of rollerblading with your friends is going to diffuse it.
Injuries are such a rarely discussed topic when it comes to the average person on a fitness journey. Thank you for sharing.
I hate that some don't want to see us in the gym, but then are mad at us for being fat.
Literally. Makes no sense.
I injured my back in CrossFit, so I had to stop. But I continued with Orange Theory and doing rehab at the gym. I ended up gaining a lot of weight from it. My back was in a lot of pain for a lot of years. And then the pandemic hit. Everything stopped. I was used to going to classes every day or going to the gym. And instead, I was now doing at-home workouts in the garage. Jordy also bought me a stand-up paddleboard, which I absolutely love. I love trying new activities. And then things started opening up, and so I went to Rumble Boxing, and I became obsessed. Like I said, I'm a very competitive person by nature, so this was perfect. But I ended up injuring my knee. That's where we're at today. I'm currently rehabbing my knee, taking it a little bit slower so I can get healthy again. But I want to let all my plus size besties know, find what works for you and what makes you happy. Whatever form of fitness or activity that is, find something that you enjoy. Stop punishing your body. Celebrate it by moving it. Enjoy the life that you've been given.
Stop it. Get some help.
You are celebrating a body that is actively breaking down. You are celebrating a body that has to be, quote, rehabbed every 2 years. You are celebrating a body that can't run a marathon anymore because of the weight on your knees. Find what works for you sounds great, but you've been finding what works for you for decades, and the result is escalating weight and repeated injury. You mentioned your gut, but not the one in your stomach. Let's talk about the real gut. The microbiome. The reason you are having these wild cravings that keep you at a size 22 is because your gut bacteria is likely a war zone. You're feeding it the wrong fuel, and in return, it's screaming at your brain for more sugar and more processed food. It's a cycle, and exercise alone won't break it. You have to fix the kitchen. You didn't mention your diet once. Not once. Chasing the runner's high to ignore the eater's low.
Celebrate it by moving it. Enjoy the life that you've been given. I'm hoping to get back to running one day, back to rumble boxing, and back to heavy lifting. But for now, here I am at the gym, focusing on upper body and rehabbing my knee and loving my body where it's at, because it's strong and capable and it helps me every single day. I hope this helps you feel the same way about your body, because the goal is always to just be healthy and happy.
I know this sounds strange, but I am rooting for you harder than any body positivity activist ever will. But it requires a reality check. Kill the cravings at the source. Your cravings maybe aren't a lack of willpower. They are dictated by a dysregulated gut microbiome and insulin spikes and crashes. When you eat processed garbage and high carb, your body demands more garbage. Then, prioritize protein and fiber, lift heavy, move slowly. Throw away the boxing gloves and the SoulCycle shoes. Progressive overload in the gym is the answer.
Love your fitness journey. We love a fellow fitness queen.
Love this because the goal of working out doesn't always need to be skinny, just to be healthy.
Creator has a very popular take on why she's happier now that she's gained significant weight. She calls it body neutrality. I call it something else.
My body has changed so much over the years. It might shock you to know that I was way more insecure when I was actually thinner. I got so much praise on my weight loss and so many comments saying how much better I looked when I was thinner. That I deeply internalized this, and I was absolutely terrified of gaining weight or seeing any part of my body jiggle or move. I was deep in my ED, but when I started to recover, I realized that my body does not equal my worth.
So, because you didn't have the mental fortitude to handle the pressures of being fit, your solution was to swing the pendulum to the opposite extreme of metabolic dysfunction? Interesting strategy. You're confusing insecurity with discipline. But body positivity won't fix a broken metabolism. Being thinner might have been hard on your ego, but being fat is objectively hard on your heart, your joints, and your longevity. So, because you were insecure when you were thinner, your conclusion is being heavier is healthier. I think what you're describing isn't a body size problem, it's a mindset. And you're right, your worth as a human isn't tied to your dress size. But let's not play pretend. Your health is absolutely tied to your body composition.
No one is a better person because they are thinner. Being obsessed with my body image massively detracted from my health and my happiness. Now I'm a big fan of being body neutral. My body doesn't really mean anything about me. I don't really care about how it looks. I just want to strive for health and well-being. I want to be fit, I want to be able to do all the cool things, and I don't attempt to control the shape or size of my body. And that for me has been so mentally freeing, and it has made me so much happier, and also love doing exercise so much more because it became less about trying to shape my body into something that was unachievable and more about just doing it for me.
Striving for health while refusing to control the size of your body is linguistic circus. You've stopped trying because trying is hard.
Our bodies are able to do so much things when we nourish them. The comments regarding you looking better after weight loss, were they mainly from people outside of CrossFit?
100 push-ups.
All right, cool. How many do you want me to do?
100.
Oh, I thought that was a figure of speech, 100 push-ups. Like, do a bazillion push-ups. No one can do 100.
Do you smell that?
No.
Smells like there's a little bitch in my gym.
If you expect the average person to be able to do 100 push-ups in a row, you need to be put in a straitjacket.
You smell like a little.
This next one is a gym routine video. Someone who is severely overweight trains body split like they're prepping for a physique competition.
Okay, come work out with me as someone who is 175 pounds and 5'11". Of course, we had to start out with some stretches. Make sure, I'm warmed up and ready to go for this heavy weight that I'm about to lift. Today, I did some light work because I didn't feel like going at all, so it was just a simple chest and tri workout. I hate those, whatever that exercise is called. I don't like them, but I did them, so I'm proud of myself. And yeah, I finished out on the treadmill. Until next time, mwah.
175 really confused me. I don't get the joke, but okay. Anyhow, isolation work is for people who've already built a foundation. Chest and triceps day is what bodybuilders used to do back in the era to bring up lagging body parts when they're already sitting on a base of functional strength. You know who needs to be doing chest and triceps isolation? Someone who isn't showing up saying, I didn't feel like going at all. You want to know what you should be doing? Full body, compound movements. Every single time you walk through that door, squat, hinge patterns, push, pull. At your size and experience level, every workout should be a full body stimulus. You don't need to bring up your triceps. I hate those. Whatever that exercise is called, I don't like them. But I did them, so I'm proud of myself. This is the part that actually gets me. You don't even know what you're doing, you hate doing it, and the metric for success is, I did them, without any regard for load, form, progressive overload, or whether this exercise is even serving your goals. And I think your goal shouldn't be to sculpt your triceps. Stop the isolation obsession and focus on compounds.
Did you mean 275?
Watch her previous video, it makes more sense.
Girl, you're so real for this. I definitely need to start speaking more things into existence. So I think I'm going to start like with my workout videos that I'm going to post. I'm going to be like a workout of someone who's 175 pounds and 5'11", because that's my goal weight. And clearly I'm not 175 pounds. And it'll be like manifesting / rage bait. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
And if you don't want to go to the gym today, that's okay. Take that rest day. They make bigger clothes for people like you anyways.
Next, we have a personal trainer, but she's built an entire business around not doing that.
I am a personal trainer, but I do not work with people on intentional weight loss. In fact, my clients aren't working on any aesthetic goals at all. And when I tell people this, they're often a little confused and wonder, if my clients aren't trying to look different, why are they even working with me? And I understand this confusion because diet culture has done a really good job of convincing us that the only reason to exercise is to change the way that we look. But that is just not true. So here are the 3 main reasons that people tend to work with me. Number 1, they're either new to exercise or recovering from an injury and they don't want to get hurt and want someone to teach them how to move correctly and safely. 2, they are in recovery from an eating disorder and want to learn how to emotionally and mentally engage with exercise without it being harmful and triggering. And 3, they know that they feel better when they regularly move their bodies, but they're busy or they just need a little bit of help staying motivated and consistent with their schedule. And that's where I come in.
A personal trainer who doesn't do weight loss. That's like a chef who doesn't do food. Let's unpack this I'm better than aesthetics flex and see what's actually being sold here. Here's my question. Are you actually helping people, or are you just giving them permission to stay exactly where they are while paying you by the hour? You frame this like enlightenment, like you've risen above the world of aesthetic goals into some higher plane of movement purity. But let's look at your 3 categories of clients and see what's actually happening. Category 1, new to exercise or recovering from injury. This is legit. People should learn to move safely. I have absolutely no issue with this. Teaching proper mechanics is literally the job. Category 2, recovering from ED. Also legit, but also a very specific niche that requires actual credentials beyond a personal training certification, but we'll let that slide. And Category 3, they feel better when they move but need help staying motivated. Notice what's missing? Anyone who actually wants to change. Anyone with a goal that can be measured. Anyone who looks in the mirror and says, I want something different than what I see. You've built an entire business model around people who are afraid to want things. What you've really done is create a safe space for people to exercise without the terrifying prospect of actually progressing. Here's what bothers me. You're relatively fit, but you didn't get there by accident. You didn't get there by just feeling better and staying motivated. You got there by caring about how your body looks and performs. You got there by being intentional.
Thank you. I went through 3 PTs who wanted to measure and weigh me until I found my current one. We need more PTs like you.
I'm going to the gym so I don't get fat.
Okay, fat phobia.
Fat phobia? I'm just afraid of gaining weight.
You're scared of becoming fat.
Yeah.
That's literally fat phobic.
And I don't see anything wrong with that.
I'm scared of the sea. So you hate sailors, that's sailor phobic.
Hey, hey. Good, how are you? You need this, right? Awesome. Can we skip the scale? Thank you. I know, because you're the best.
So I'm a fat person who is on a health journey, and I have a bit of gym anxiety. And I have a story time of an interaction I had at the gym this week, and I need your opinion on it.
We are watching a video of a woman who is furious that someone dared to be nice to her at the gym.
A little context about me. I had weight loss surgery a little over a year ago. I was close to 400 pounds. I've lost over 100 at this point. So your girl is doing it. It's taking me a little longer than I would have anticipated, but I feel so much healthier. And that was my main goal. It wasn't to change how I look. It was really just to improve my health and change how I feel. But when I go to the gym, I like to get in, get my shit done, and get the fuck out. I don't like to look at people. I don't like them looking at me. I don't want to talk to anybody. I like finding the most isolated machine possible and just getting my workout in.
I do believe her, but I am also somewhat suspicious about her anxiety. If you were truly anxious, I think you wouldn't post your body and your story on TikTok for millions of people. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, "Don't look at me," while holding a camera in a public space, uploading it to the internet, and asking for validation. Gym anxiety is too often used by the fat acceptance movement. I get that the gym can be intimidating, but you claim you literally want to vanish if someone talks to you, yet you have the confidence to film yourself and broadcast your deepest insecurities to millions of strangers on TikTok? If you can handle the comment section of the internet, you can handle a simple interaction in the gym. I think you aren't afraid of being seen, but of being held accountable. And I also get your side, that yes, it is indirect, and yes, it's only for your following. Anyhow.
This is why I don't go to the gym, because I'm afraid of interactions like this pissing me off.
So I went to the gym this past week, and I went to the elliptical. I had a quick workout. I did about a mile, and then I got off the machine to go get the cleaning shit to clean it off. And as I was walking down the aisle of ellipticals, there was a man, not fat, not skinny, probably in his early 40s, I would say, I could be wrong, working up a sweat, doing his thing. Good for you. So he's going, I'm walking, he's in my line of vision. I see him turn and he smiles at me, and I smile back very politely, nothing weird, just, and then I just kept going. I clean my machine off, I go to the bathroom. As I'm leaving the bathroom, I quite literally bump straight into this man. I'm walking out of the bathroom, he's walking across, and we like kind of bump into each other. So I said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." He was like, no, like, go ahead. I was in your path. I was like, "Thank you." And as I'm walking away, I hear, "Hey, wait." Nothing good ever comes from a "hey, wait."
She says sorry. He says, "No problem." Normal human interaction. But then, and I know you're all on the edge of your seats, he dares to speak again.
Girl, please tell me where these men get the audacity.
So the man then proceeds to give me unsolicited gym advice and encouragement. And I just need to know your guys' opinion on what you think of this and how you would have reacted. Because my reaction now, after I've thought about it for a few days, has changed since I first had it happen. So he goes into how he used to be a 6XL and he's been consistent at the gym for 6 years and he's lost so much weight, and that I'm beautiful and I'm going to get there, and, keep going, essentially, and to keep working at it.
Imagine being so wrapped up in your own ego that a man who literally walked the path you are on, a guy who went from a 6XL to fit through 6 years of actual consistency, tries to offer you a hand. And your reaction is, how dare he? He wasn't looking at a lazy person, as you put it. He was looking at a version of his former self and trying to offer the encouragement he probably wished he had. But in the world of body positivity, we don't want encouragement, do we? We want a participation trophy just for showing up and doing 1 mile on the elliptical before heading to the car to film a rant. So, is this guy being rude? Or are we watching the internet invent a problem that never existed?
Think about it like this. He is judging you based on appearance. Would he have said anything to you if you were super thin? You can also tell that he is fat phobic against himself, so he thinks he has the right to judge you too.
And I like was so caught off guard. I'm not good at like thinking on my feet, which I wish I was, but I was like, yeah, like I just got so uncomfortable. I was just like saying, yeah, no, thank you. And then I was able to be like, yeah, well, like I had weight loss surgery, to be like, I know what the I'm doing. Like, and he was like, oh, then this is going to help you even more. I'm like, yeah, no, I know. Thank you. So a few days ago when it happened, I was like, you know what? I think he was just trying to find a way to be encouraging as a former fatty himself. Like, I can appreciate that. But my thing now, after thinking about it for a few days, is not every fat person that you see is at their starting point. Just by looking at me because I'm still fat, you would not know that I was almost 400 pounds and that I've worked hard to lose over 100 pounds and I'm still going, but you wouldn't know that. And that's my thing.
But he said you were beautiful and to keep going. That is the opposite of insulting you. If a 10-second conversation lives in your head rent-free for a week, the problem might not be the guy.
As someone who is big as well and goes to the gym, I wish someone would give me tips at the gym, because at the end of the day we are going to better ourselves. Even if the goal isn't to lose weight, any tips are helpful.
Not every fat person you see at the gym is even trying to lose weight. They could just want to be moving their body and feeling good. Not every fat person is in the same boat. So while I appreciate his encouragement, it was a bit insulting because I just felt like I've worked so hard to lose the weight. And it's just a reminder that no matter what in society, because I'm still fat, people are just going to assume I'm a lazy who is just starting out and all of that, if that makes sense.
Here is the core of the problem, I think. Insecurity. You are insulted because you still see yourself as that lazy person. You're obsessed with how the world perceives your fatness instead of focusing on the work. You're mad that he doesn't know your stats. Newsflash, nobody in the gym knows your life story, and nobody cares. You take the compliment and you move on.
I think you're splitting hairs here. This guy was trying to encourage you at your current spot. Most ignore us.
And I want to reiterate that I really do not think his intentions were not pure. I do feel like he genuinely was just trying to be encouraging, and I do appreciate that. But as a fat person who already has anxiety about being in that space, I literally wanted to die. I, like, even being talked to was like, no. But then when he's literally saying to me, like, oh yeah, like, talking to me as if I'm just starting my journey, it was just frustrating. And I'd love to hear your guys' opinion. I could be just being sensitive maybe and overthinking, but it's just a reminder that you just don't know what someone else has gone through. And again, I'm very appreciative that he wanted to be encouraging, but not every fat person needs encouragement. And some of us are just trying to do the best that we can. And this is like my first day back in the gym in like quite a while. So it just made me think. So let me know how you guys would have responded. I wish I was quicker on my feet in the moment, because I would have said to him, yeah, like, I'm down over 100 pounds. So I think I know what I'm doing. But thank you.
Why is your anxiety exclusive to the gym? Are we making you feel that way, or is that all in your head? You are obsessing over a 3-second interaction. You've let it live in your head rent-free for days. Why? Because you are insecure. And that insecurity is going to hurt your progress. You said your goal was just to feel healthier and not to change how you look. I'm sorry, but that is a lie we tell ourselves to avoid the pressure of actually succeeding. If you were 400 pounds and you feel better at 300, great, but 300 pounds is still a medical emergency. So here is my unsolicited advice. Stop being a victim. Stop analyzing the intent of someone trying to root for you.
Overthinking this, honey. He was just trying to be helpful.
I don't think he meant it in a bad or negative way. I think he's seen someone he could maybe relate to and wanted to, maybe like you said, just give you some encouragement. But I also think he'd take it the way you took it, lol. But I think he was just trying to relate and be supportive maybe, but that's just what it seems. Also love watching your journey. Very motivational. Yes, you put it so perfectly. I genuinely appreciate the encouragement, but it can come off condescending. I wish I had a group of gym friends.
Tell me the wildest way you have ever been fat shamed.
Okay, here's the story of why I will never go to a public gym ever again.
One uncomfortable question. If what happened made you quit the gym forever, were you really there for fitness and health, or just looking for a reason to leave?
So, background for me, I was a swimmer for 10 years. I swam Division I in college, distance swimmer. I know how to work out. I'm plus size because I've had 3 kids and gone through trauma, and I struggle with binge eating, and it's just a constant struggle, but it doesn't mean I don't take care of myself.
Another former D1 athlete story. It's the universal calling card for people who want to leverage a decade-old metabolism to justify their current choices. You know how to work out, yet you're spending an hour on an elliptical. You lead with credentials to establish that you are above criticism. But too many excuses. Here's what nobody in the body positivity corner of the internet will tell you. The gym doesn't have a villain. You have a story. And stories are comfortable. Results are not.
The way people cannot believe fat people know how to move their bodies.
Anywho, when we first moved to our area in Texas, we found a gym, Texas Family Fitness. We had gone to them before when we lived in another area, so we thought, let's sign up again. It'll be fun. They have a child care center, so we're like, cool. I'm going to drop the kids off, go work out. It'll be a good time. Okay, first day I'm there. I'm on the elliptical. I usually like to do like an hour on the elliptical and then some weights after that and call it good. I'm on the elliptical. I go like really hard on cardio machines. That's just like who I am, what I do. So I'm in like a push, right? And this trainer comes up to me and he's like, hey, I'm a trainer here. We offer training sessions. I focus on weight loss for my clients. Would you be interested in signing up with me? And I was like, please stop talking to me when I'm working out, for one. And no, like, don't just come up to somebody that's plus size and assume that their goal is to lose weight. My goal was not to lose weight. It was to have a healthy heart and to work out for my mental health and to get away from my kids for an hour. So I politely said no, put my headphones back in, and was trying to like signal to him to go away. Of course, he was trying to be super persistent. He finally got the hint though after like 5 or 10 minutes of harassing me on the elliptical. It was horrible.
An hour on the elliptical, and nothing changes. You burn 400 calories, you feel virtuous, you go home and eat 600. The math never works. I get your point. I also generally don't like people selling stuff, but I also get that if someone is spending an hour on the elliptical trying to outrun diet mistakes, he probably assumed you wanted results. You call it fat acceptance. He calls it a target demographic. Anyhow.
I would have complained to management that he was harassing me.
I felt so uncomfortable, but I was like, you know what? He's probably not there every day. It's fine. Next day, come back. He's there. I try to avoid him. I'm just kind of like walking like, ugh. I go into the locker room, kind of like hang out for 5 or 10 minutes, make sure he didn't notice me, and then I head out to the ellipticals. Well, who wanders over to talk to me again? The trainer that wants to train me in weight loss. I politely decline again. He walks away, whatever. I'm like, this dude's annoying, but hopefully this is the last time I have to deal with him. Please tell me why he would come up to me every single time I was there to ask to sign up to lose weight with him. Like, I started being like, I'm really not interested. Please don't bother me anymore. And he would still come talk to me every time.
Let's play your game. You want a healthy heart? You can't have one while carrying that amount of visceral fat. You cannot detach health from body composition. You say you're there for mental health. Do you know what's actually great for mental health? Building muscle. Lifting heavy weights doesn't just change your silhouette. It alters your brain chemistry and insulin sensitivity. She claims this harassment happened every single time. No, I don't believe it. Maybe twice. Maybe the second time he asked, hey, changed your mind? But the narrative that this grown man had nothing better to do than stalk an elliptical for days on end, repeatedly hitting on a brick wall, And that he stood there for 10 minutes? That's a victim narrative, not a reality. But maybe I'm wrong. It's maybe possible that it's a gym policy to force everyone to work out with a trainer. Maybe. But let's be intellectually honest. If you are an obese person on a cardio machine going really hard and a trainer sees you, he sees a potential client. Is he rude? Yes. Persistent? Apparently. But to use that as the reason to never go to a public gym again is an excuse. Or just change the gym. But it is a convenient way to validate the fear that was already there.
You should have told the manager he was being too aggressive. You definitely weren't the only one he was doing that to.
I honestly finally quit the gym. I was like, I can't do this. This is making me uncomfortable. And I haven't been back to a gym ever since.
Look, the body positivity movement will tell you that you are perfect the way you are, and anyone who suggests change is a bigot. But that is a lie that keeps you stuck. Exercising is non-negotiable. But the dirty secret is that for fat loss, the gym is actually secondary. You cannot outrun a bad diet. If she was doing an hour on the elliptical and then some weights after, but still maintains the same body composition, the math isn't mathing. The diet isn't there. You cannot call it good if the results aren't there. So, here's the reality. Yes, that trainer was annoying, but you let him win. If you go back, stop hiding in the locker room. Go to the free weights section. Pick up something heavy. The gym isn't the enemy. The excuses are.
People always, 1, assume you want to lose weight if you're plus size, and 2, assume you are clueless in a gym. It's exhausting. Yep, it is exhausting. Like, watch me outwork you at the gym and be plus size.
Honestly, I would have Karen'd the shit out of that gym. He shouldn't be working there. Sorry that happened to you.
Lifting heavy. Women have to put down the mamby-pamby pink weights that we do 20 sets of because we don't want to bulk up. You're never going to bulk up unless you do it purposely. We must lift as heavy as our bones will let us. So for my people, I've simplified it into, once you have started enough that you feel comfortable moving your body, we must lift 4 reps, 4 sets of our major muscle groups in compound motion. So push, pull with your upper body, bench press, pull, some kind of pull down. And then for the lower body, it's squats and deadlifts. 4 reps, 4 sets in a progressive manner. You can start with 2 pounds, but I want you to progress up. And then for the accessory lifts that support the big compound lifts, like for instance, for my bench press, I support that with biceps, triceps, lats, delts, 8 reps, 4 sets. Okay, that is the basis of lifting heavy.
We have the vibe-based workout.
I don't plan anything when I go to the gym. I only go 3, max 4 days a week. Sometimes I'm there for like 2 hours and sometimes I'm there for like 30 minutes. I would just start with cardio. I walk or I ride a bike. Then I lift some stuff. And I just research some exercises, like, so I have some in my back pocket or I look on TikTok or something. I found that doing this really helps me not get burnt out, but it also keeps me excited about going to the gym. I've had a really unhealthy and transactional relationship with movement, and shifting my focus has really helped me on the journey of liberating myself from that. Because my results are immediate and instantaneous. Because my only objective is to feel good. I'm not saying every day is perfect, but I have more good days than bad days. And that's on progress.
I don't plan anything, and my objective is to feel good sounds liberating. You say this keeps you excited, but discipline is often what you do when you aren't excited. Thinking that structure is punishment is a mindset trap. Structure is actually the path to freedom. When you have a program, you don't have to wonder what to do. You show up, you execute, you win. That's how you get results that aren't just instantaneous because you felt good, but long-term because you did the work. And let's talk about the drink you're mixing. You do not need a sugary drink while you work out. Your body needs to learn to tap into its own fuel stores. When you introduce a spike of glucose and insulin, you're just burning the fuel you just drank. You're focusing on the gym, which is the best for your mental health. Lifting weights is a massive win for anxiety and mood stability. But the gym is only a fraction of the equation. You can't out-train a diet that doesn't support your goals. Fasting or low-carb protocols are often good choice. Body positivity and body neutrality movements say nobody should hate themselves into a healthy body. But there is a middle ground: self-respect. True respect for your body is building the strongest version of yourself for tomorrow. Recognizing that visceral fat is inflammatory and doing the hard, disciplined work, yes, the boring, planned, structured, hard work, to get rid of it. You're doing the hard part by showing up. Just take the next step and stop guessing.
Last time I went to the gym, I was only on the treadmill for 5 minutes and left. The looks I got, I haven't been back since. I went for every work day of January, 25 days, and realized that, too, was unhealthy. It's a fine line.
Why the bike's so small?
Why you so big?
You know what, that may be the case, but if they want people to lose weight, why they don't make bigger weight equipment?
Well, they don't expect people to get this big. That's the problem.
But you should, though.
You shouldn't,
This
though.
is America.
So you a victim to your surroundings, what you trying to tell me? I live in America, too. I don't look like that. Hop on it, man. Hop on it.
Our next creator is responding to a comment that says, "Take notes. It worked for me. I kept the weight off for 2 years, but I slowly forgot most of the habits and had to sign up again."
And that, my friends, is the business model of the diet industry. Noom knows that. Weight Watchers knows that. They all know. They all know that research shows that some crazy amount, like upwards of 98% of people, cannot keep the weight off long term. And they know that. They know that. They know that. That is the business model. So you will come back and pay them more money. And when it happens, they won't say, oh yeah, that's because like intentional weight loss doesn't usually work. They'll say, well, it does work. You just didn't do it. You failed. You gave it up. But that's not it. That's the business model. They know. They know that their program will fail eventually, but they'll tell you it's your fault, so you come back and give them more money. Weight loss is not the indicator of health. You can be healthy and not have to pay these people.
So let's talk about this business model theory you're spinning. You're responding to a commenter who literally admitted, "I forgot most of the habits," and your takeaway is that the system is rigged? That is a fascinating bit of mental gymnastics. You are using the phrase fat liberation to liberate yourself from the basic laws of cause and effect. You claim that 98% of people cannot keep the weight off long term. Let's be clear, that number is a massive exaggeration often cited in fat acceptance circles, originating from a single, limited study in the 1950s. In reality, modern data from the National Weight Control Registry shows that thousands of people maintain significant weight loss for decades. The secret is the discipline to keep the habits they learned. You say the industry tells you it's your fault, so you come back. But let's look at the commenter's own words. They didn't say the diet failed. They said they stopped doing it. If you stop brushing your teeth and get a cavity, do you blame the toothbrush industry for having a predatory business model? No. You recognize that dental hygiene is a daily requirement. The same applies to fat loss and building muscle. Also, you're using the word diet like it's a 30-day sentence in prison. A diet is simply your way of eating. It's permanent. It's lifestyle. Diet simply means what we eat. So, if you go back to the high-carb, ultra-processed lifestyle that caused the visceral fat accumulation in the first place, of course the weight comes back. That isn't the program failing eventually. You claim that weight loss is not the indicator of health. While you can be skinny fat and unhealthy, carrying a massive amount of adipose tissue, especially around the abdomen, is a direct physiological stressor. To say you can be healthy at any size while ignoring the strain that excess weight puts on your heart, joints, and organs is a dangerous brand of misinformation. True fitness is an objective measure of capability, strength, and metabolic flexibility. It is true that those businesses want you to fail. But the reason people fail at diets is that they view them as temporary. They want the result without the transformation. You have total control over what goes into your mouth and how much you move your body. To suggest otherwise is to tell your audience that they should just give up and accept a lower quality of life. Next, obese fitfluencer doing a floor-based ab workout.
It's time for us to do some plus-size friendly abs.
Get on the floor with a mat. That's all you need. We're starting off hard by lifting our legs over the water bottle. This is a hard workout, okay? Because these leg circles are no joke, and I don't know how you don't just constantly make silly faces the entire time you and that work out. Like, are you even doing it right if you don't look like this? You know what? Don't answer that, trolls. I'm not interested in your opinions. Then we go into some knees to chest. These one's much easier. And then it's time to do planks. My ADHD gets so bored with these exercises. But I did anyways. And then I was wondering, what would happen if I put my hands underneath my bum when I did knees to chest? Yeah, it's way harder. Holy crap. The fact that these are called scissors just makes me giggle. I can do about 5, and then I have to take a break, and then I go right back into it, baby. Now I gotta take it easy with mountain climbers. I kind of have to warm up and just kind of do a little toe tap, and then I have to really just believe in myself, and then do it faster, and then do it faster. Look at me, I'm doing it. Then we're gonna start to ease it on up with these left knee crunches, and then going into the right knee. Something about the knees being up, I really liked it. And then this Pilates move right here. It looks silly, but I am living for it. And then let's wrap it up with a hollow hold, baby. Now you just have to do each of these exercises for 1 minute and rest as much as you feel like it. For me, it took me about 15 minutes. Not too shabby.
We have to give you credit for moving. That's better than sitting on the couch. But what about fitness efficiency? You're telling your audience to spend 15 minutes doing leg circles and scissors, but the truth is, you cannot spot reduce fat. It might feel like you're doing something, but it's not going to save the day. By promoting this as a hard workout, you're giving your audience the impression that this is how they should be exercising to see results. It's misleading for many reasons. The spine and the load. When you have a lot of weight around your midsection, traditional floor abs can put unnecessary strain on your lower back. What is one of the most effective, accessible, and underrated forms of exercise for morbidly obese individuals? Walking. Building muscle in the wrong order. You want to focus on building muscle through compound movements or even basic resistance training. The rest as much as you want trap. You said to rest as much as you feel like it. While you're all for body neutrality and listening to your physical cues, fitness requires a level of intensity and discipline. You have to stop looking at the floor and start looking at your diet.
I told my personal trainer that if she ever tried to make me do mountain climbers, she'd be instantly fired. 3 years later, and I've never had to do them. Because I was serious.
Thank you for doing it in time increments and not reps. IDK what it is but reps, sets etc. confuse me.
Instant follow. Thank you so much for doing plus size workouts. I watch all these other videos for beginners and I'm like, honey, I have too much body to move that way. I love how real you are in your videos, and make it okay to take breaks whenever you want. Does this work?
Do you think that fat people should have to pay for 2 plane tickets?
I think they should pay for more than just 2 plane tickets. They should pay for 2 gym memberships because them definitely ain't using one. What are you talking about? How you gonna be fat and then mad that you take up double the space? Nobody asked you if you wanted double the portions. What are you talking about? Fat people should pay for everything. They should pay for this economy. Eggs was like $8 a dozen. It was because fat people. You ain't never went to a goddamn grocery store and never seen a fat person in there. You know what I'm saying? They always in there. They be in there and they be having the nerve to take their time. Walking slow. Breathing in dialysis machine, oxygen tank, kids in the back, and a dog. Why you got a dog? And the dog fat too?
They caught him at the right time and he went in.
He said, so glad you asked.
Weight blindness is a very real thing in the same sense that body dysmorphia is such a real thing, okay? Because tell me how right now at like 175 pounds, I feel just as big as what I was when I was over 300 pounds. I don't know what I look like. I literally have no concept of what my body looks like to other people. Every time I look in the mirror, I see something different, okay? I see something drastically different. And when I was really big, I really didn't have a concept of how big I was. Like, I knew that I had gained weight, but I didn't really realize how much I had gained until it finally, like, one day was like, oh my gosh, like, you did this. And it doesn't really click going the other way either. And weight blindness goes, you know, hand in hand with body dysmorphia, because I've lost 140 pounds and I've built a bunch of muscle, and I don't know what I look like. I don't. And that's one of the hardest things about just living your life and your body changing, is your body can change before your brain catches up.
The one thing that has really made it click for me after losing weight to help me realize that is by setting my phone up, recording myself walking away, and that is the only thing that has helped my brain realize and comprehend what I actually look like.
Took me 20 kilos of weight gain to realize I was gaining weight. Now down 7 kilos.
What is your fat crying? If you're not hurting, you're not working. Ugh, these are just a few of the icky sayings that I once let dictate my life. I decided to ditch this mindset nearly 10 years ago, and it's been a work in progress ever since. I'm learning the negative mindsets and the constant pursuit of thinness. Finding my motivation from a positive place instead of one of disdain. Taking time to discover what movement brings me joy. Replacing the idea of losing for gaining. And finding my why so I continue to show up for myself every day.
Let's not confuse a cheesy metaphors with the literal biological reality of weight loss. You've been ditching the mindset for 10 years? A decade. That's a lot of time spent doing what exactly? Certainly not building muscle. Constant pursuit of thinness. This is where the fat acceptance loses the plot. Nobody with a brain is telling you to be a runway model from the 90s. But you can't detach health from body composition. You just can't. And the joyful movement trap. If your movement is always joyful, you're probably not training hard enough. 10 years of work in progress, and you're still justifying the status quo.
No one talks about how hard it is being a plus-size fitness influencer and not having the ideal dream body. I'm making this video to let you know that we exist, we're here, and we ain't going nowhere.
No one talks about how hard it is. Really? Because it feels like everyone is talking about it. Everyone is currently trying to validate the idea that you can be a, quote, fitness influencer without, the actual fitness part. Lifting weights is the single best thing you can do for your mental health and your longevity. But you have to actually lift them. You have to change. If your goal is to just exist and be here, then mission accomplished. But don't call it fitness.
Your feed is pure inspiration. We'd love to bring you on board our next creator campaign.
The problem that keeps many people in larger bodies from just going to the gym is not their bodies themselves. It's the rampant fat phobia in the fitness industry. Toxic fitness and diet culture is rooted in so many terrible beliefs about what certain bodies can or should be capable of. And when I talk about this concept, some people get really agitated by it and say, well, it's just in your head. You need to just get over it and just start working out. But regardless of whether the body size discrimination in fitness spaces is real or perceived, it's clearly very real for the people who are experiencing it. So if you think it's important that fat people go to the gym and work out, then you should also think it's important that these spaces are accessible. Exercise is awesome and has so many benefits that have nothing to do with your body, and I just wish I could see more people embrace that.
I think that if you feel agitated because someone told you to just start working out, maybe it's because deep down you know they're right and your ego is just throwing a tantrum to protect your current state. And perceived discrimination is a very weird statement. That's just a fancy way of saying you're insecure and projecting it onto the guy over there who's too busy building muscle to even notice you exist.
But regardless of whether the body size discrimination in fitness spaces is real or perceived, it's clearly very real for the people who are experiencing it.
By that logic, if I perceive that my landlord is a lizard person, it's real to me. So we should all accommodate my lizard person theory. But okay, even if we agree with you, let's say, yes, there are toxic corners of fitness culture. But you took the worst examples of a thing and used them to indict the entire thing. That's like saying some hospitals have had malpractice cases, therefore medicine is toxic and I won't go to a doctor. I think your problem is that the fitness industry, wait for it, is about fitness.
Also, the focus on the burn, the no pain, no gain mentality is so toxic.
We can add how equipment is not made for large bodies. For example, it took me a long time to find a fabric band for the glutes that fits my thighs.
People can't even go to gym nowadays without being called fat phobic.
I figured the doors were just too small.
Why, yes, this is obesity, which is why I own 3 walking pads and 2 gym memberships. You see, with the topic of fat phobia spewing rhetoric running rampant on the internet right now, this is the perfect comment to reply to. Yes, I know I am obese. I honestly think that fat phobia is just rooted in self-hate. Because whenever the internet sees a fat person getting loved on or working on their body, people think that it's okay to make weird comments, stating the obvious. Anyway, I'll be spending the next 2 weeks in lovely South Florida thanks to comments like this. And if y'all are interested in the treadmill, I'm going to leave a link. Follow me for more content like this. And if you're a girl like me, do not listen to anything that the haters have to say. Just keep pushing. You know what your goals are. Love y'all. Bye.
3 walking pads and 2 gym memberships. That's not a fitness plan. You're collecting access to exercise like they're Pokemon cards, but you aren't actually playing the game. Let's talk about the visual here. You're on a balcony, staring down at a tiny motorized strip, like you're afraid it's going to buck you off. You're so focused on where to put your feet that you aren't even looking at the lovely South Florida view you're bragging about. Why are you walking in place on a balcony when there is a literal beautiful street right in front of you? Oh, I do know why. You told us. Because you can't put an affiliate link on the sidewalk. Congratulations. You've successfully monetized fat acceptance to fund a vacation. And follow me for more content like this. More content like what? More content of you not walking outside? More content of you using 3 treadmills you apparently own while holding 2 gym memberships hostage? More content of you looking down at your feet? I mean, I'm genuinely curious what the content calendar looks like. Monday, walking pad on balcony. Tuesday, different walking pad, same balcony. Wednesday, which gym membership should I not use today? Thrilling stuff.
Obese where? Some people are just so jealous it's disgusting. You look amazing, mama.
Choosing to be weight neutral does not mean that you are anti-exercise. Whenever I tell people I'm weight neutral, they freak out and think that that means that I don't care about nutrition and fitness. And that's because the diet culture beliefs that weight equals health run so deep, especially in America. And I know it's probably not a shocker that you can work out without doing it for weight loss, but subconsciously this is what we believe because of the society we live in. For example, if you just type in workout video on YouTube, you'll get results for fat blasters, tummy tuckers, and leg slimmers, among many other diet culture weight-based notions. But being weight neutral in your exercise can actually be really beneficial for your fitness and your mental health. Because above all else, it makes you recognize that you are so much more than your workout performance and so much more than a body.
Weight neutral, that's the new one. We went from body positivity to fat acceptance to health at every size, and now we've arrived at weight neutral. The rebranding cycle in this space is honestly impressive. Every time the previous term accumulates enough criticism to become a liability, a new one emerges. Cleaner, more clinical sounding, harder to argue with. If you're a body image coach telling people that weight doesn't equal health, you aren't coaching, you're enabling. You say people freak out when you say you're weight neutral? Yeah, because it's like a financial advisor saying they're balance neutral while your bank account is in the red. We don't believe weight equals health because of society. We believe it because visceral fat literally strangling your organs is a medical fact, not a diet culture notion. And this idea that everyone can be healthy regardless of size, that is 100% false. You cannot be healthy with a 45% body fat percentage any more than you can be sober while drinking your 15th beer.
And when your mental health is better, you make healthier choices for yourself, your life, your fitness, your nutrition, and all areas of health. Weight neutral just means not working out to change your body size. And recognizing that everybody can be healthy regardless of their body size, which is 100% true. I take a weight neutral approach with my clients because many of us are healing from eating disorders, disordered eating, and body image struggles. As a body image coach, I know how that feels. And the number on the scale does not help with that. If you want a weight neutral, intuitive perspective to your wellness, I'm a body image coach for women in our 20s. I help you define what wellness is for you outside of weight and heal your relationship with food and exercise in your body. My one-on-one coaching is enrolling until January 28th or until my spots fill up. So if you want to book a free consultation call with me, there's a link in my bio, and we get to sit down together and talk about how to create that life for you. And you never have to weigh yourself again.
The mental health claim. This is the one that really needs examining. Because she's presenting weight neutrality as the path to better mental health outcomes, but the actual research on exercise and mental health points in a very specific direction. Resistance training, heavy compound lifting, building muscle. The kind of training that, by definition, produces body composition change. The mental health benefits of exercise are not abstracted from the physical transformation. They're partially caused by it. Hormonal shifts from resistance training, improved sleep from metabolic regulation, better gut microbiome diversity feeding back into the gut-brain axis, reduced cortisol from consistent training. These mechanisms all involve the body changing. You can't have the mental health benefits of serious exercise while insisting the body remain neutral. The body is the mechanism. Since most of your clients are recovering, some of this may make sense, but you should have opened with it. People recovering, for those clients, in that context, temporarily deprioritizing the scale is a valid approach, but not in general. Let's tie this all together with an example of what happens when a prominent fat acceptance activist changes their mindset and ditch the toxic body positivity.
I don't think you should be worried about, oh, am I skinny enough? Am I skinny enough? I think you should be worried about, if a man was following me down the street, could I turn around, squat down, grab his legs, stand up, and then body slam him?
Anna O'Brien, better known online as Glitter and Lasers, and her powerhouse fitness alter ego, Viking Princess Lifts, were diving into her training world. She is a complicated case study, and if you care about fat loss, about training, then Anna O'Brien is worth your full attention. Because here's the thesis. She is half right, but the half she's wrong about is extreme.
Let me show you the most humbling move in the gym.
I received comments to cover her, but for those of you who don't know her, Anna O'Brien runs the Glitter and Lasers brand. She's a plus-size fashion influencer turned fitness content creator. She is super morbidly obese. She has a large following across Instagram and TikTok. She's loud, she's theatrical, she calls herself Princess Viking Lifts, and she has very recently pivoted hard into strong woman training content. I don't follow her. I don't particularly like her online personality. I wasn't very familiar with her except the occasional pop on my feed when she was into fat acceptance. But now I watched everything she posted under the Princess Viking Lifts era. So this is what I will focus on.
I'm headed to the gym today. Don't worry, I'm at a stoplight, and my shorts are already annoying me. That's how it should be. This sucker's already rolled up. Look down, sweat marks already. But today's gonna be a good day because I get to try these babies out for the first time. I mean, look at those. So for anyone who's new to lifting, which was literally me just a couple weeks ago, these are squat shoes, and they have a little bit of a heel to help you squat more deeply. Some people also wear them in strongmen when they're doing the log. Very excited because he's gonna let me put the log over my head for the first time today. I've been waiting for this. Well, it's only fair that I got so glamorous because I'm in heels. Exactly.
You don't have to use legs at all. Give a little bounce.
I know, I love a good bounce.
I'm impressed.
You can see from over there, like, yeah, it's just like, yeah, we're just like, let's bang.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm sweaty and gross, and I just finished my workout, and my phone died in the middle of it all. But today was a really cool day, and I'll tell you why. Today was the first day I had an audience. People were like watching me because of what I was lifting. Like, people were like, whoa. And I was like, yeah, those are trash.
On the surface, this is kind of content I don't like. It's overly emotional. It frames gym attendance as a heroic act. But aside the theatrics for a second, she is deadlifting, She is overhead pressing. She is benching. She is rowing. She is training in a structured way with a coach, with progressive overload, with consistent exercise selection. This isn't nonsense. It's the foundational work. That's how adaptation happens. She's not constantly switching exercises. This is the stuff that actually changes body composition, builds bone density, and has a positive impact on your mental health. That alone puts her ahead of 90% of fitness influencers. And for someone who was previously sedentary, who was in the body positivity space, who was using a CPAP machine at night, the fact that she is now consistently under a barbell doing compound movements is significant.
I'm kind of freaking out. Stay up to a huge step. Up until this point, I've really been doing things on my own. I had a fitness app that I got workouts from. I've done drop-in classes, and I went to the wellness retreat, but there's really been no consistent person helping me build my strength. So I did a ton of research, and I found myself a strongman coach. So this is Stephen Moore, and he's an adaptive strongman here in Austin, Texas. And I'm super excited because he's agreed to be my coach. I met Stephen like a week ago to just get an idea of what it would be like to train with him and to see if we were a good fit for each other. And today is our actual first session, and I'm nervous and excited, and you know what? Let's do this. So this is the fit for today's workout. What can I say? I am showing up as myself. So this is the first time I've been to a gym in a very long time because, well, gyms have some baggage for me, but I can do hard things and I'm gonna do this. So wish me luck. What am I getting myself into?
Welcome to Strongman. Hope you love it here. Girl, you are looking so slim.
Let's look at her training. Sandbags, overhead pressing, deadlifts, rows. This is essentially a modified strongman template, and for a morbidly obese beginner, this is actually one of the better programming approaches you can take, in my opinion. Here's why. Heavy compound movements, deadlifts, presses, squats, stimulate more muscle mass than anything else you can do. More muscle tissue means more metabolic activity. For someone who is super morbidly obese and insulin resistant, building and preserving muscle is one of the few levers they can actually pull that will change their metabolic environment long term. She's also not changing the exercises every week, and that matters. One of the biggest mistakes beginners make, and one of the biggest lies sold by fitness content, is that variety is a virtue, confusing the muscle. It isn't. Consistency with a small set of foundational movements is what drives adaptation. She is, whether she knows why or not, doing the right thing. The exercise selection is good. The structure is good. The consistency appears to be real, at least for now.
I've been kind of going through it. It's been a pretty tough week. I am really swollen. I feel ugly because I can see like dramatic changes in how I look, or maybe that even other people can't see, but I can see them, and it feels like, is anything ever going to get better? And so I went to my neurologist this morning, and, you know, we were just talking about my CPAP, and the nurse brought up, you know, are you feeling anything different when you sleep? And I was like, oh God, I'm going to have to go back up. And like, here's another area of my life where things just haven't gotten better. And it turns out that I am now sleeping with such a low pressure that our discussion topic for today was about migrating off of the CPAP eventually, and what would need to happen for that to be possible. And the reality is it's something that we could explore right now, but because I am currently swollen and feel awful and things are not 100%, it's not a good time to put any more challenge on my body. But I am on the trajectory to not have to use the machine anymore. And that is something I never, ever even thought would be possible. And you can tell me that I'm not small enough. You can tell me that I'm not strong enough. You can tell me that I am not doing enough. But I went from the highest setting on this machine, where we even potentially talked about having a different machine that had more settings upward, to now having discussions about not using it at all. And I needed that today. I needed to hear that whether or not it feels like it right now, progress has been made.
This is the most important video, I think. She went off the CPAP machine. A CPAP machine is used for sleep apnea. Sleep apnea in morbidly obese individuals is not just a nuisance, it is a serious risk factor. It is associated with hypertension, heart failure, metabolic dysfunction, and everything. Going off the CPAP is a genuine, clinically significant health improvement, and the training made that possible. I believe that. Respiratory strength, reduced inflammation from movement, possible fat loss, all of that contributes. So, the exercise selection is solid. The structure respects progressive overload, and the training is producing at least some measurable health improvements. Half right. Now let's talk about the other half. And I want to be precise because there are two separate issues and they need to be treated separately. Issue number 1, form degradation that is somewhat expected. There are sessions where multiple movements in the same workout have significant form issues simultaneously. But what we'll see later are mostly regular exercises. That is not a fatigue issue. That is a technique baseline issue.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you
got this, girl.
And wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an
Well,
adjective. I
just
gotta
training to
get better
failure.
against
That is the strategy.
In powerlifting and strongman, when working at or near max effort, form degrades. That is a known, accepted reality. The question is the degradation within acceptable limits? Is it the kind of technique breakdown that happens under load, or is it a fundamental motor pattern failure, which in her case is the second, when she works alone without her trainer? Now, issue number 2. Her overhead press is on another level.
Dressed like America's biggest fan today.
So before we get into the workout, this is today's fit. It's all from Abercrombie, and they actually make a legging that is for ladies with bigger thighs and butts, so we love that. And I guess I just wear scarves at the gym now because I love an accessory and I hate a sweaty neck. I said I would share everything with you, the good and the bad, and today was definitely, I don't want to say bad, but not good. So you'll see in each one of these lifts that I am pausing at the top after the first rep. And that is because I was like on the verge of passing out. In fact, in this last one, you can kind of see me like shake a little bit because I just like wasn't there. I don't know what was going on. And then I failed a weight that I do all the time. So that was kind of depressing. So then I went over to like do my bench. And when I put the barbell back again on a super lightweight, I almost dropped it on me. Like, what? I actually asked for a spotter at a really low weight just because I was feeling unsafe in the gym. I tried to do some lateral raises and my left arm just decided not today. So then I was like, I'm going to do it with my right. And then I was like, that's probably not a good idea. I'm going to be unbalanced. So I was like, I will do a dead hang. And I got it for 5 seconds before, again, I felt like I was going to pass out. So it just wasn't my day. I'll be honest, I was feeling pretty crappy, but then I saw the sign on the way out and I felt better.
How many times a week did you train?
4x week lifting, 3 to 5x week light cardio depending on my body and what it feels capable of.
Let's get right to it. Today, I am trying to do a plank for an entire minute. This is something I have never been able to do in my entire life. I think the most I've ever been able to get is about 30 seconds. So how did I do today? Well, first there was some heavy breathing, then some grunting, and then some more heavy breathing, and then I fell short. I made it about 37 seconds, but I was not going to let this define my gym experience. So I was doing my final set of 125 and overhead press, and I was feeling really freaking good, really freaking strong. And I said, you know what? Maybe I don't have a plank, but maybe I have a PR. So I jumped up to 130 and I was able to do 2 reps. The second rep looked awful, so we're not gonna share it.
I then did my regular workout, which included some bench pressing and then some lateral raises. And you know what? I didn't leave the gym a failure. I left the gym with even more drive to try again and maybe next time succeed.
It's weird to me how no one in her comments points out the bad form.
Baby's first Swiss bar.
I literally did not even know this bar existed before today, so I'm going to tell you guys what I learned. But before I do, let's talk about what I'm actually doing in this exercise. So I am strict pressing with the Swiss bar. I am doing 8 reps on the outside grip, then moving to the middle grip, doing another 8 reps, and then moving to the centermost grip and doing a final 8 reps. And I'm doing those consecutively, and I'm doing 3 sets of those 24 reps. So it's a lot. Now, why do we use a Swiss bar? Well, it is actually great for relieving stress on your shoulder and wrist joints. It also is a great way to work your triceps and helps build stability for pressing. So with strongmen, pressing is really important and tricep strength is important. Now, what I want you to know is that I did not think this would be hard. And honestly, it felt great until I got to that last set. The ones where you have to put your hands close together. And I was humbled. Girl, I felt like my life flashed before my eyes. But even though it sucked, your girl is not a quitter. So I kept going. I did my last 8. This is my 3rd set. And I sucked it up because you know what? Today's pain is tomorrow's gain.
Watch the pattern. What you are seeing is a consistent, severe lumbar hyperextension on the overhead press. She is arching her lower back to get the bar overhead rather than using her shoulder strength and proper bracing. This is partly because of her extremely weak core muscles. This is not a form breaks down under load situation. This is a fundamental motor pattern issue that has not been corrected across multiple sessions. This is the kind of form error that, over time, causes lumbar spine injury. And at her body weight, the compressive forces on that lumbar spine during that movement are significant. Now here's where I'll be fair. She has a coach. When her coach is there, things are better. The problem is clear in this next one.
Going to the gym, it's easy when things are good. When you're hitting PRs, when you feel strong, when you see your hard work is paying off. But it's not like that all the time. Sometimes it just sucks. Sometimes you have to work so hard just to get the bare minimum out of it. Some days you hate it. But it's whether you keep going and showing up when it sucks, is whether or not it actually changes you. It's the suck that makes you strong.
Look how far the bar is from her shins. It's floating away because she's losing tension. No leg drive. Here's another example.
I'm being brave. I'm trying out a new gym today.
This is the gym Los Campeones. Hopefully I said that right. It's supposed to be real nice. I can't imagine a time in my life other than right now that I would have just gone to a new gym and not been like super panicked about it. Like progress.
This is so stupid, but I wore my new shoes to help me be brave.
I have a 1 rep max on my schedule today, which I was not prepared for, so we'll see how that goes.
Whenever you see like a personal record on someone's page, what they don't show you is like the hour and a half they spent warming up so they could make that attempt. That was 165 from the floor, and I was brave and tried to do 175. No, I did not have it in me. After all of that energy you've used, you still have to do all of your accessories. So I did some Frogger lifts, I did some kettlebell swings. I also did some hip thrusts and some rows, but I didn't catch this on camera because my phone died.
The gym was awesome. There were so many amazing, strong women there. It was super inspiring and super motivating. And honestly, I didn't really want to go to the gym today. That's why I changed it up, just to like give myself something new to make it more exciting. And I'm glad I did because it got me out of my rut, and seeing all those super strong, like awesome women just reinvigorated me, and I needed that.
Yeah, that was 365 pounds. Brain fog is fogging.
But watch the difference when a trainer is present. Yes, there are plates beneath. Yes, it's lower weight, but...
No, because this right here, this, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I'm obsessed.
315? That's massive, yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely peed a little bit.
Someone go take care of that. I'll be back. But PR!
When the coach isn't present, the form falls apart. That is a coaching dependency problem. She hasn't internalized the cues yet. She doesn't feel what correct position is. And because she's not at a stage where she has strong awareness of her own body under load, she needs that external feedback every single session. And that tells us two things. Number one, she needs supervision. And two, she is posting her unsupervised bad form as content. And her audience of beginners is watching that thinking, well, if she can do it like that, so can I. That's where the line blurs from inspiration to irresponsibility. That's not a character flaw, but it is a problem when she presents herself as someone who knows what she's doing.
So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a stand.
If you cannot do a single push-up, you have a relative upper body strength deficit that needs to be addressed, not worked around. Push-ups are a fundamental movement pattern. The inability to perform one at any body weight is a red flag about the actual functional strength to body weight ratio. She deadlifts in the 300-plus pound range, but she cannot push her own body weight off the floor? That tells you something important about the nature of the strength being built. It's strength in a narrow movement pattern under very specific conditions. That is not general functional strength. And for someone claiming to be training as a competitive strong woman, that matters enormously.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this.
Why did you choose weightlifting? Is it any special reason for this?
I am good at it and I think it's fun.
Let's talk about this honestly. She is deadlifting 345 to 365 pounds. At her body weight, for her training age, that is not impressive at all. She's proud, and she should be. For a woman in her 40s, just starting is a genuine achievement. But for a woman who weighs significantly more than the bar, it's just a start. In competitive strongwoman, 365 pounds is not even a warm-up. Elite strongwomen pull over 600 pounds. World-class strongwomen are exceeding 700. Even mid-tier competitive strongwomen at lower weight classes are pulling numbers that would require years of dedicated, structured, progressive overload for Anna to approach. Lucy Underdown holds the current women's world record for the heaviest deadlift, 325 kilograms, 717 pounds. Strongwoman is not a recreational sport. It requires absolute technical mastery under maximum load. It requires a level of strength that most people cannot even imagine. She seems to think she can waltz into a professional strength sport after a few months of training. It's an insult to the women who have spent a decade building to that. When she says she wants to compete, she's essentially saying she wants to play in the NFL because she loves playing catch in the park.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh, shit! Yes!
Shock, man.
Sorry.
Do people not realize how hard it is to hang with like 300 pounds? Do you realize how it is to even get to 300 pounds?
A dead hang for a few seconds. That is where her grip strength and pulling strength actually are when body weight is the resistance. This is not a competitive strongwoman profile. Not even close.
Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty.
And this one genuinely concerns me from a safety standpoint. Box jumps. I understand the impulse. She wants to train like an athlete, she wants to feel athletic, but at super morbid obesity, plyometric loading on joints that are already under extreme chronic compressive stress is high risk. The landing forces on knees and ankles in a box jump scenario at that body weight are substantial. The risk to reward ratio here is not good. This is a recipe for disaster. The connective tissue, the tendons, the ligaments, the joints, they don't adapt as fast as muscle. They certainly don't adapt as fast as motivation. Also,
I'm heading out to training, and I'm gonna be honest, I do not feel my best.
Dressed like fire so I could hopefully feel like fire in the gym. Trying to trick myself.
Even though I did not want to be here, I made it here.
So Saturdays are my strongman days, and I actually drive to a gym that's further from my home so that I can use their equipment, which is strongman focused. So here, my coach is just making sure the sandbag weighs 100 pounds, and then I am learning the correct form to lift it up and put it over this like pole, which is a standard strongman competition thing. Next, we did what's called a yoke carry, and it's where you use a frame to carry weight quickly across a distance. So I'm just practicing this and learning the form. I'm carrying about 300 pounds, I think, so not too bad for my first time. I'm gonna give myself a little kudos. Then we did the overhead press without using my legs. I can't remember what the term for that is, and honestly, I got 95, which is pretty good. Last, we did a suitcase carry back and forth, and it was fun.
I'm not gonna lie, but I think Saturdays are my favorite days because I get to do the crazy cool, like, strongman stuff.
Yoke carries are a legitimate strongman movement, but the yoke adds significant axial loading on top of body weight. At her size, her joints, particularly her knees and hips, are already operating under extreme chronic load around the clock. Adding a yoke on top of that, before any meaningful fat loss has occurred, is not something I would program for a super morbidly obese person. The movement is impressive, the optics are great for content, the risk is real. There may be a version of Anna O'Brien who trains seriously, loses significant weight through diet, and in 2 to 3 years genuinely competes in a Masters or Open Strongwoman division at a lower weight class. That version exists. It's possible. But that requires acknowledging something she appears deeply resistant to acknowledging, that the training is only half the equation. Let's remember her previous patterns.
When people see me run, they like to tell me I'm slow. And they're right, I am slow. I am a very slow runner and will probably be a slow runner for a very long time. And while many of these people think I should just give up and not run at all I can think about is all the wonderful things slow running has done for me. It's helped me manage my mental health. It's helped me build better habits. It's given me a community. And I'm achieving things I never thought I'd be able to do. Fast will come, but right now, I'm okay being slow.
Slow running is better than no running.
This is her previous fitness era, the running phase. She was calling this running. I want you to look at this objectively. This is a very slow walk. This is not running. This is barely walking. But to hear her tell it, she was a runner. She was obsessed with running. She was a running person. And then she wasn't. And then she became a Viking strongwoman. The activity becomes the entire personality immediately, before any real competence has been developed. This is a defense mechanism. If the identity is big enough, the gaps in competence are less visible, to them and to their audience.
Today I'm going out on the most challenging run I've ever done. It's like 70 degrees, so this is the fit. Got new shoes for the occasion. Doing a little warm-up walk.
Gotta make sure I'm good and warm before I run.
I'm about half a mile in, and I'm gonna run a whole mile. After these stairs, I'm running again. I'm about halfway through mile 2. Feeling rough, but I'm okay. I timed it perfectly to end at my favorite spot, and now I've got about a mile to walk back to my car. Whew. And now I'm done and can go home and nap. I'm gonna nap. Doing a morning run. I swear the only way I'm gonna survive this is if I drink pre-workout. Give her a little mix. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Down the hatch. This stuff makes your butt tingle.
Behold the preventative Advil.
I'm old and I know it.
This is the fit. It's really cold, so I'm gonna zip this up. Off we go. Doing it. I just finished. I'm gonna go wheeze home now. We're done.
The problem is the half-life. When the novelty wears off, when the progress plateaus, when the identity stops generating dopamine, what happens? In Anna's case, historically, she moves on. I don't know. And I want to be honest about that uncertainty, because the training she's doing now is better than anything she's done before. The movements are better, the structure is better, the results appear to be real. Maybe this one sticks. But the pattern is there, and it deserves to be named. And the persona is loud. It's theatrical. It's borderline parody. At first glance, it looks like she's mocking the gym. But I think it's armor. A way to soften the reality of being in a body that limits you. A way to stay in control of the narrative. Now, here is where all this becomes something different.
We need to talk. It's time for me to level up. As y'all know, I've been using a low dose of GLP-1 as part of my treatment plan. But recently, I decided to increase that dose. And now I'm focusing on fat loss.
I'm partnering with One Medical to make it happen. I specifically chose One Medical because of their 360 medical approach to treatment. This is not about getting smaller. This is about getting healthier. And I just want to get deeper in my squat. To do that, I want to make sure I have a provider I can work with, access to referrals to nutritionists and other providers as I need them, and a health-first approach to this journey.
I am so very serious about my training, and I don't want to lose any of this muscle. One thing I really liked about One Medical is that they don't rush you in appointments. I have a complicated medical history, and I need time to unpack that with a provider. Plus, I can get my medications delivered right to my door from Amazon Pharmacy, so it's just easier. Also, my schedule is all over the place, so the fact that I can book same day or next day appointments or even meet virtually with a provider just makes it work. I chose One Medical because it made starting this next phase of my journey a lot easier without compromising my medical care. I'm sensitive to conversations about my weight, so I decided to track my progress with a DEXA scan versus a scale. That'll allow me to focus on fat loss, but more on that later. So click the link in my bio to learn more about One Medical and see how easy it is to get started with healthcare that just fits your life. And stay tuned here because I'll be sharing more of my journey along the way. Because
Anna built a significant part of her platform on fat acceptance and body positivity. The core message of that worldview is that fat people do not need to lose weight to be healthy and happy. That weight loss is not a moral imperative. That you can be healthy at any size. She built an audience on that message. That is why this is somewhat controversial, and the fact that she hid it for a while. She was on a GLP-1 and did not disclose it to her audience while continuing to build her identity as a strong woman who was transforming her body through training. She made the right call ditching the body positivity mindset. However, I have complicated feelings about GLP-1s. I think for some people, in some circumstances, the metabolic benefits are real and the fat loss is clinically significant. I am not categorically against it. But I do think that in someone who is already on a good training program, this represents a shortcut that bypasses the harder behavioral and dietary work that produces durable change. The appetite suppression is real, but it doesn't teach you how to eat. It doesn't address insulin resistance through dietary intervention. It doesn't build the discipline that actually sustains fat loss once off of it. Anyhow, then comes the sponsorship push. She's pivoting. She sees the market. GLP-1 is everywhere right now. Ozempic is monetizable. And so we watch someone shift from, you don't need to lose weight, to, here's my weight loss journey, without saying to the audience they built, I was wrong about some things. The change is good, but acknowledging that you were wrong is actually one of the bravest things you can do. But you have to actually do the acknowledging. Or, it's a business decision masked as a health journey.
That's like weird thing right now is I'm simultaneously being shamed for losing weight and for still being too fat. So you know what? I can't win, and I've stopped trying.
She's complaining that she gets shamed for losing weight now, and also shamed for still being fat. Both of those things probably do happen in her comments, but my problem is that this framing positions her as a permanent victim of external forces regardless of what she does. Lose weight? Shame. Still fat? Shame. Train? Comedy. Don't train? Lazy. There is no version of events in which she takes the wheel. There is always an external force making her the target.
Today was bad. It was good, and it was bad.
So first, let's talk about why today was good. I got to learn how to do a push press with the log. So here I am practicing just the push part. Then I'm going up and cleaning the log, and now I'm practicing the push to press part over and over to get familiar with the motion. And my coach is actually standing to the side, giving me feedback, so I'm correcting with each push press. Then we did do some sets of clean to push press over and over, and I got to do this in the heaviest weight I've ever done, which is 135 pounds, which is a pretty good weight for someone at my level doing log.
I'm getting stoned for the first time.
I was so excited to do stones for the first time. I've been training for about 2 months, and I've never gotten to do these before, so I was kind of pumped. And the first set at around 95 pounds was okay. Like, it didn't feel bad. My body was reacting fairly normally. It didn't even feel that heavy. So I was confident that, like, hey, I'm going to have a good day. However, when we went up to the next weight, which is about 135 pounds, things did not continue to be okay.
I can't do it right now. My arm can't do it. I'm not going to cry, Mommy, but I'm going to cry. Okay.
In order to distract me, my coach made me pivot and do some leg work. And this was to remind myself that I was still strong, even if my arms today were weak. It did help, but I did still end up crying in my car on the way home because, you know, nobody's perfect.
The frustration of failing a lift you wanted is a real thing. But I also want to observe the emotional volatility that surrounds her training, the crying, the speeches, the theatrical declarations. This is what happens when your identity is built entirely on the performance of an activity rather than the internal practice of it. When the lift goes wrong, it's not just a missed lift, it's an existential crisis. How she monetizes emotion tells you something about the underlying relationship with all of this.
People like to say a lot of mean things about my body. They like to remind me how big I still am, how I haven't lost enough weight. They even say I'm lying about my journey. I have a condition called lipedema. If you're not familiar with this condition, it's a progressive disorder, which means it does get worse over time. And it's where abnormal fat and connective tissue build up in your legs, hips, bottom, and in my case, arms. This is fat that cannot be burned by the body, so once you have it, it's there for life.
Lipedema is a real condition, and it does create genuine challenges for fat loss in affected areas. But here is the clinical reality. Lipedema does not explain supermorbid obesity. Lipedema affects specific body regions. It does not account for visceral fat accumulation. It does not account for the metabolic profile that comes with supermorbid obesity. Training helps, but training without dietary intervention at her level of obesity is not enough. Let me state the full, honest picture. She is training consistently with heavy compound movements. She is using a coach. She is filming in public and normalizing the idea of supermorbidly obese people being in the gym. She has improved a measurable health marker, the CPAP, through training. Her exercise selection is genuinely good. Her content has maybe gotten people off the couch who would not have been moved by conventional fitness content. There is, I think, real value here. But on the other hand, she's a dead end. The form is a liability. The goals are delusional. The narrative avoids the hard truths. She is presenting as more expert than she is. She has created a delusional, competitive narrative around strongwoman. She has historically cycled through fitness identities without building lasting habits, and she avoided accountability for a GLP-1 pivot she is now attempting to monetize. She treats the gym as the solution. Yes, the gym is half the solution. The other half is what happens in the kitchen, in the hormonal environment, in the dietary structure. And I think she knows this because she's on the GLP-1. That tells you what the content doesn't. She understands on some level that training alone isn't enough. I came into this ready to critique. What I'm leaving with is something more complicated. She's not a fraud in the traditional sense. She is a person with a large platform navigating a very real, very difficult health situation in public, and sometimes getting it right, and sometimes getting it badly wrong, and not always being honest about either. The training is good. The form needs a serious overhaul, specifically that overhead press. The strong woman ambition needs a reality check, recalibration against actual standards. The dietary side of this equation needs to be addressed honestly and publicly.
I'm dressed and ready for the gym because I'm going to my first Strongman Saturday. Well, I've added this into my additional training and I've started doing my regular training during the week. We're just warming up. I do not look like a snack right now. I look like soggy bread. If you haven't cried in the gym, have you gone to the gym? Yep. The elite few. Only the strong men. Yes, girl. Oh yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Kick those little feet. Oh yeah, baby. Oh hell yeah. Strongman Saturday is like definitely a workout, but it's also just so much fun.
She has a privilege she can afford to waste time in the gym since she is full-time influencer. Most of her audience can't. They have jobs, they have kids, they have 45 minutes 3 times a week to get the highest return on their investment. There might be a lot more there than the content I watched lets on, but for now, this is my view. I don't like her. But I like her training. The persona feels childish, like a shield, and the ambition feels like a fantasy. But I respect the shift. Her content is helping people start, not optimize. I'd rather see her doing a 3-second dead hang than body positivity content or the running. My unsolicited advice, if she were listening, would be this. Drop the strong woman fantasy. Keep the basics without the specific tools, the sandbags, the grip exercises, etc. Just the basics. Deadlift, squat, overhead press. Focus on what matters. Form, consistency, and the dietary truth that the GLP-1 is a bridge, not a destination. You are happier now than when you were a victim. I do believe that. Let's review some more body-positive workouts and try to program our own perfect gym routine. Stephanie, who let 4 years of gym-timidation distract her from the very real physiological emergency.
Come with me to the gym as a plus-size girl. I hate going to the gym. I haven't been to the gym in like 4 years because it's scary and intimidating and I'm a big girl. But I've got an amazing PT. We've done a session before. It's just intimidating.
The gym is literally so daunting, but when you are plus size and your body looks different, it is even scarier. That's why I'm so glad I've got my PT.
Finished PT and I feel so good. Working out is so good, but oh my god, when I walked in there, it was like every mother and their dog was on those machines, and I just get in my head like people are watching me, people are looking at me, like it's so scary, but I'm so proud of myself. I love that feeling because I love strength training like that, you know, really pushing yourself. It's such a good feeling. And I've got the best PT.
Okay, she's not wrong about anything she said. She showed up, she did strength training, she said she loves pushing herself. That's actually the foundation. But here's what I want to mention. Showing up to the gym is the easy part to feel good about. It's visible, it's shareable. You walk out sweaty and proud, and you should be. That feeling is real. But the gym is maybe 20% of your result. The other 80% is happening in your kitchen at 7 p.m. on a Tuesday when you're tired and there's nothing to film. Strength training is genuinely the right call. Heavy compound movements rebuild your metabolism from the inside out. And she's right that the feeling after a real session is unlike anything else. That part I will not argue with. But if you're using gym anxiety as the villain in your story, you might be protecting yourself from looking at the harder variable. I included this as inspirational to start the video in a positive way.
Hun, you are so bloody amazing and you are going to inspire so many girls to get into the gym. I love the energy you bring to every session. See you next week.
Next, we have a creator inventing problems while ignoring the metabolic chaos.
Hi friends, sorry, I am quite blushing right now. I just got out of the gym, but I just wanted to come on here and kind of give like a little PSA, please don't give unsolicited medical advice to people in the gym. Just because I'm plus size does not mean that I'm looking to lose weight or drop the weight. I just had some lady come up to me in the gym telling me that I should find out my blood type and then that way I can figure out how to lose all my weight, because that's how she lost all of hers. So, just a little PSA. I don't go to the gym to lose weight. I go to the gym to feel good, to have energy, to be in shape. So, just a little PSA.
She's maybe right about one thing. Maybe the interaction was weird. But let's not let the advice distract us from what was actually said here. I don't go to the gym to lose weight. I go to feel good, to have energy, to be in shape. I need to sit with that for a second. Because that sentence sounds reasonable. It sounds almost empowered. Until you think about what in shape actually means physiologically. If you aren't at the gym to lose fat, then what exactly are you shaping? Being in shape is not a feeling. It's a measurable state of your metabolic health, and critically, your body fat percentage. And when you are carrying morbid obesity-level fat mass, particularly around the abdomen, your organs are working under load that no amount of good intentions cancels out. You can go to the gym consistently and still be deeply medically unwell if what's happening outside the gym is keeping your body in a pro-fat storage state. The goal of exercise for someone carrying significant excess fat should absolutely include fat loss. Not because of aesthetics, not because some stranger at the gym has opinions about your body, because the fat itself, especially centrally distributed fat, is an active health risk.
Girl, this happened to me today. Like this man came up and was like, "What is your goal? Sir, for you to leave me alone."
Girl, how much I want to be your workout buddy now.
Yes, I'm bad in the gym. I'm headphones on locked in.
I just had a grown man poke my arms and laugh.
Some people are fat just because. Others are fat because they have health issues. It's rude.
We'll look at the consistency trap, a journey of moving through machines without ever moving the needle on actual body composition.
Come to the gym with me as someone who is overweight and who is also trying to lose weight. My husband came with me. He's biking next to me. I biked 4.5 miles. He biked 5, and we did this as our warm-up. It was very difficult, but it felt really, really good as a warm-up. Next, we did the 30-minute workout room. We skipped the stair steps, so it's actually about 20 minutes for us to go through every single machine. Here's me doing some leg presses. You go until the light stops and turns red, and it's pretty decent. It's about a minute long. This next video is really hard for me to post, but I'm putting it out there. As a big girl, I have really big arms, and it's one of my biggest insecurities, actually. But I'm really proud of taking this, and I'm going to look back and see how far I've come one day. So, good job, Charity. Another non-scale victory of mine is that I ran for the first time in years today. It's just a lot of weight to put on your joints for someone of my size to run. And I ran for 2 minutes straight, which I'm really proud of. And one day I can't wait to see 2 hours, you know? My husband was super supportive. It was a really fun workout, and I'm excited to keep doing these.
This one is different from what we've been usually watching. She's not here to make a point about body acceptance. She knows she's overweight and trying to lose weight, and she showed up and put in genuine effort. But 4.5 miles on a stationary bike, followed by 20 minutes on Planet Fitness circuit machines, that's the template. She will likely not lose the weight she's trying to lose. Not from this. Here's why. There's no progressive overload. You're not squatting under load. You're not hinging. You're not doing anything that forces your body to change its composition rather than just survive the session. And the cardio warm-up, while genuinely impressive for someone returning to exercise, is burning calories in the moment and doing very little about the hormonal environment that's driving fat storage between sessions. Steady-state cardio does not meaningfully move insulin sensitivity. It feels productive because it's hard. The effort is there. The self-awareness is there. What's missing is the program. And honestly, what's missing is the dietary structure that would make any of this work the way she's hoping it will. So part of the solution is heavy lower body compound work. I don't usually go deep into specifics because my way is not the only right way. There are many paths you can take to results. But I also don't usually feature old videos, which was a mistake on my part with this one. When I realized it, I went and checked her profile. 3 years later, she appears to have gained weight. Consistent gym attendance, 0 results. So I feel completely free to offer my unsolicited advice. I also got a comment recently about detailing what exercises actually work for fat loss, and I said I will throw thoughts more often. So here are some ideas. She looks like a woman in her early 30s. She wants to lose the weight. She's not chasing aesthetics. She's not trying to become Ms. Olympia or be in bikini competition. She just wants her body to function and look like it's going in the right direction. Good. That's actually the easiest goal to program for, because we just need to follow what the body is built to do. The body has 4 basic movement patterns. Stand up and sit down. Pick something off the floor. Push something away from you. Pull something toward you. That's your entire program. Squats and deadlifts cover the first 2. A bench press covers the push. I'd normally say dips since they load more of the body at once, but I personally don't love programming them, so bench works fine. I would prefer dumbbells for push or even military press as an option. Then a row or a pull-up progression covers the pull. Your shoulders and arms are involved in all of it anyway. You don't need to isolate them. That's it. 2 or 3 sessions a week, either full body each time or an upper-lower split. Simple enough to stay consistent with, and with progressive overload, it's a program she could run for years. The other approach, and honestly my favorite for body recomposition, is to make back and legs the priority. 40% of your training volume on legs, 40% on back. Those are the 2 largest muscle groups in the body. Build them, and your posture, your shape, and your metabolism all shift together. The rest takes care of itself. Combine any of this with low-carb, high-protein. Maybe add a fasting window if you like, and the results will come. The training creates the demand. The diet determines whether her body actually uses stored fat to meet it.
You're not trying to lose weight. You're doing it. It'll all be worth it in the end. You will doubt your progress sometimes, but keep going. Proud of you.
So I recently joined a new gym, and it's kind of a bougie, fancy, expensive gym. But I got a really good deal and it's close to my work and they have a pool. So I was like, hell yeah.
Okay, new gym, pool, good deal, close to work. She's sold, I'm sold. This is the setup for a genuinely good video. Someone gets back into the gym, rediscovers what they love, shares the journey.
And it's been a minute since I had a gym membership, at least one this bougie, because before the pandemic I would just go to the rec center. And a lot of the time there I would see other fat people in the pool. And I was so excited about it that I almost forgot that going to the gym is a minefield when you're fat. And I should say, like, I'm a small fat person. Like, I'm like a size 16, 18. And last time I went to the gym, I was a couple sizes smaller and it was still a minefield. Body standards at the gym are like body standards in the entertainment industry. You can be a regular average sized person on the street, but at the gym you're fat.
Let's go by that logic. The gym is a place where body standards are more visible. It can make sense because the gym is a place where people are actively working on their bodies. That's the premise of the building. The reason gyms look the way they do is the same reason a marathon looks different than a bus stop. You're surrounded by people who have been doing the specific thing for a while. But on the other hand, the gym is the one place on earth where being out of shape is mathematically appropriate. It's like being embarrassed that you're at the mechanic because your car is broken. That is why you are there. Feeling like the newest, least fit person in the room is called being a beginner. Every single person in that gym was a beginner once, including the guy whose veins have veins.
I get so self-conscious of my breathing. I feel like everyone else is so fine and I'm absolutely sweating buckets and panting.
Yes, this is why I do all my cardio in the water, lol.
I didn't really remember like how much you have to slog through when you're a fat person working out in public. Thankfully, no one has said anything to me yet, but I have gotten some funny looks, especially in the pool. And when you're fat at the gym, like the standards for you are so much higher than anyone else, right? Like in normal life, you're supposed to be a good fatty who goes to the gym and eats healthy. But at the gym, like you don't want to sweat too much. You don't want to grunt. You don't want to look like you're working too hard, but you also don't want to look like you're going easy because in either situation, people will judge you.
I want to pause here because this is a genuinely fascinating logic trap. She's constructed a scenario where every possible version of working out is a failure. Sweat too much? Judged. Don't sweat enough? Judged. Work hard? Judged. Go easy? Judged. The only safe option, apparently, is to not be at the gym at all, which is exactly where this kind of thinking wants to take you. But nobody is thinking about you. They are thinking about their own breath or whether they remembered to email their boss back. The gym is not a theater, and you are not the show. And let's say someone does judge you for sweating at the gym where you are exercising. That person is wrong and their opinion is worthless.
Even in daily life, I have to minimize my breathing and sweating, but at the gym, it's 1000x worse.
And mistakes like, this is embarrassing. The other day I swam backwards into somebody because I was swimming on my back and I didn't realize like how we were dividing the lane. Or like if you forget to wipe a machine down or something. I feel like that stuff is just like 40 times more humiliating for a fat person. Because you're validating that stereotype of like fat people are dirty and gross and clumsy and unaware and blah blah blah. And like people who go to the gym demographically are probably more likely to be fat phobic. So I'm hyper aware of that constantly when I'm there.
Okay, not wiping down a machine is gross. It's gym etiquette. It is judged. But, and this is the key part, it is judged uniformly. The judgment has nothing to do with body size. The judgment is about hygiene. This is Gym Etiquette 101. Re-rack the weights. Wipe the bench. Don't occupy 3 machines at once. Follow those 3 rules and nobody cares what you weigh. So, the mistake she's making is called spotlight effect, the well-documented psychological phenomenon where you assume everyone is watching and cataloging your behavior far more than they actually are. It's extremely common. It is especially common in people who are already anxious about how they're perceived. And it feeds on itself. Applying it through the lens of body size is adding a layer of narrative onto a bias that already exists in her head, not in the room. And she's saying gym-goers are probably more fat-phobic, and she means it as a criticism. But let's actually follow that logic to where it goes. If by fat-phobic we mean concerned about excess body fat, yes, correct. That is why people go to the gym. Visceral fat, the stuff that wraps around your organs, drives up inflammation, it's not a neutral thing to carry around. Being surrounded by people who take that seriously isn't a hostile environment. It's actually a useful one. Wanting less body fat isn't cruelty. If you walk into a library, you're surrounded by people who value reading. If you walk into a gym, you're surrounded by people who value lowering body fat and building muscle. The issue isn't that they don't want her there. The issue is that their presence reminds her of the gap between where she is and where she wants to be. But that's a motivation. Now, if someone is being actively cruel or dismissive toward another person at the gym, that's a different conversation. That's just being a bad person. But having personal fitness goals that involve reducing body fat is not bigotry.
That's why I don't go to gym. It's hell.
Stereotyping, bullying, stigma in gym culture causes fat people to avoid gyms. This is why there are none in there. Most don't come at all.
It's sad because it brings me joy. Like, I love to lift weights and I love to swim, even though the towels don't fit me. So it's hard because, like, this place that could be such a positive place for me. Like, I have to slog through so much, both in my own mind and like in people's reactions to me, in order to be able to enjoy it at all. Because the toll that it takes on you, like even in just everyday life, knowing what people must be thinking of you, partially based on their reactions to you, partially just on your knowledge of being a person who lives in the world, like that toll should not be underestimated. And at the gym, it's 40 times worse. And you know what's so sad is that I just start to feel guilty, like for inflicting my body upon people, when like I pay for my membership the same as they do.
Inflicting my body upon people. She said it, not me. But here's the honest question. Who put that thought there? I think it came from inside the building that is not the gym. If you are spending a 3-minute video cataloging every imagined judgment in a gym where, by your own admission, no one has said anything to you, the barrier to you being consistent and progressing is not the people around you. This whole video is, I went to a gym and nothing happened, but here is why I'm a victim anyway. So what is the point of your video? I really don't know. Maybe to brag about going to the gym, which is not going but just starting. Or the purpose is to externalize internal discomfort. Most gym embarrassments are just normal gym things. Treat them that way and they stop feeling like a personality crisis. Or look at it like this. If you feel awkward at the gym, it's okay. That is what the gym is for. You show up messy, lift something heavy, leave better than you came. You'll get confident. That's the whole system. And wipe the machine. And sweating hard at the gym is not a red flag. It's proof of effort.
I know how easy it is to feel self-conscious. But that's literally just a you problem. 99% of gym goers are worried about their own stuff.
I'm so sure anyone I ask will assume I want to lose weight when I just want to lift heavy objects lol.
And that's why I left the gym.
Come work out with me as a big girl who's trying to get smaller 1 pound in 1 day at a time. I personally always love to do cardio first. I did 20 minutes on the elliptical and then a 5-minute breath walk on the treadmill. So everything we did was 3 sets of 10 reps. We did the lat pull down machine and homegirl's kind of strong. She was lifting 80 pounds. And baby, I was a little struggling with the 70 pounds.
Okay, so cardio first. Not my preference, but if that's what gets someone through the door consistently, fine. Then she gets to lat pull downs. 3 sets of 10. Form's okay. So far, so good. The back focus makes total sense. Your back is one of the largest muscle groups you have, and most beginners completely ignore it in favor of things that are more fun to look at in the mirror.
Just a tip. My friend who is a personal trainer told me I should do cardio after because you want to save your energy for strength first, then do cardio. Not sure how true this is, but just wanted to share.
Next, we did a rope hammer curl. The goal of this machine is to target our biceps. I was really trying my best to keep my elbows locked in place, but it was getting kind of heavy and it was lifting a little bit. At this point, I just had to laugh and dance through the pain because baby girl had me training like I was about to be on the Avengers. Next, we used the same rope with the cable machine and we did face pulls. This exercise targets your back, mostly your rear delts. Don't ask me how I know that because I don't know, I use Google. Next, we did a straight arm cable pull down. This is another back workout that targets the lats. I feel like I have great posture and form for this. However, in this angle, I don't know, I look kind of stupid.
Exercise, not workout. So the straight arm cable is a technical isolation movement. It requires you to keep a rigid torso, maintain scapular control, and isolate the lats through a very specific arc. It is not a beginner exercise. It's the kind of thing you add when you've already built a mind-muscle connection with your lats. In the bicep work, I have to say it. At this stage of the journey, bicep curls are not the investment. They are the smallest muscle group in the upper body. They get hit as a secondary muscle on every single pull movement. But the face pulls are fantastic for posture and shoulder health.
Anyways, then we did a seated row machine. This is again going to be for your back muscles. I don't know, I feel like we're doing only back so far. But we do 1 arm at a time. Like when we do 1 arm at a time, I can definitely feel it more. And I'm able to actually squeeze my back. And I don't know if it's just me, but if I actually had a rowboat, I would be pretty good at it. Look at that. At this point, my body is hurting, so I was distracting her just to get her to not do any more exercises. It did not work. I think she started to notice, so she made me do some bicep curls with her. And we're definitely in sync. I don't know, that's my evil little twin or whatever. Another day that this big girl has successfully accomplished the gym. Kinda.
All right, so we've got lat pull down, rope hammer curls, face pulls, straight arm cable pull down, seated row, and bicep curls. That is 6 exercises. 4 of them are back, 2 of them are biceps. I want to be careful here because I like the energy of this video, but let's talk about what's actually happening because this matters. What would actually serve someone at this stage better would be fewer exercises, heavier focus on the big compound rows. Pick 3 or 4 movements, own them, get stronger at them. That's it. And why are we doing a bro split? The most effective approach would be full body 2 or 3 times a week built around heavy compound lifts, or at least an upper-lower split. Because compound movements give you more stimulus for less time, they spike your metabolic rate more effectively, and they actually teach your body to move as a unit, which, by the way, matters for things like posture, which she mentioned caring about.
What is weight neutral training? Weight neutral training is when you don't focus on weight loss or aesthetics and instead focus on something else. For me, instead of weight loss, I focus on making you stronger and building healthy habits. If you have a bad relationship with the weight on the scale, switching to a weight neutral approach might be right for you. Let me know if you have any questions. Follow if you want to learn more.
Of course, if you're lifting consistently, eating enough protein, and doing this right, the scale might not move, or it might go up, while your body composition is improving dramatically. Muscle is denser than fat. Your clothes fit differently. Your posture changes. None of that shows up as a number on the scale. So yes, we shouldn't obsess with the scale. That part is fine. But then we get to the reframe. The pivot isn't use better measurements. The pivot is don't focus on fat loss at all. That's my problem. Telling someone to make peace with their body composition and calling it a healthy habit is not neutral. This looks like smuggling in the idea that wanting to lose fat is somehow the problem, rather than the scale being a flawed measurement tool. Weight neutral training sounds like a philosophy, but in practice, it's often a way to avoid addressing nutrition altogether.
So like being able to do more reps or lift heavier?
Some of you guys are not going to believe this, but big girls do work out. That's me right there. I'm the big girl. It's always wild to me that the men are in my comments saying, you're fat, work out. And yet here I am working out. And you guys will still comment like, watch out, she's going to break the machine. Like, girl, stop. You look horrible. You literally can never win. Like as a big girl, it does not matter what I'm doing. It's not going to be right. So I'm here to show up for the people who care, who need representation, who look at themselves in the mirror and see my body and theirs, and they think that they don't deserve a space in these type of workout fitness classes. But let me tell you, you do. I know the feeling of showing up to a class and being the biggest one in there. Does it feel great? Probably not, but it's not about that. Like, it's truly your body and your workout. One of my favorite instructors, Hannah, always says that. And so you show up for yourself and you do the best you can. Guys, these hand punches in the air have me feeling like I was training to be the Jersey Shore. But for real, it's not that serious. Put a freaking workout outfit on, book a class, and show up. You're going to feel nervous the first time going, but after that, it's going to be like a normal routine to you. You got it, big girl. I believe in you. Let's move our bodies.
Show up and move your body is true. What gets lost in that framing is the part where we ask, what are you showing up to do, and is it actually moving the needle for you? Pilates has value: mobility, core stability, mind-muscle connection, and for some is a reasonable entry point. But if you are carrying significant excess body fat and your primary goal, even if you're not framing it that way, is to actually change your body composition and protect your long-term health, Pilates is a supporting act. The stimulus just isn't there. You're not triggering the hormonal response that comes with progressive resistance training. If someone is carrying a significant amount of body fat, especially around the abdomen, the biggest needle movers are going to be diet and lifting heavy. The research on this is not subtle. Heavy compound lifting, squats, rows, deadlifts, presses, does things for a woman's body that a reformer class cannot replicate. The messaging of just move, any movement counts, show up however you can, is kind and it gets people in the door. but it also keeps people in the Pilates class for 3 years wondering why nothing is changing.
How do you know whether the class is going to be big girl friendly? I'm always so scared the instructor will be rude.
Sometimes you have to try it once to see. I've been to studios where I tried 3 instructors before finding one I like.
I used to love reformer classes, but I've gained a bunch since I did it last and I'm terrified of going again.
You should try again. I just modify all the moves that are too hard. You can make it your own workout.
An inspiration that will make you go work out now.
Most people train for looks. I train for life. Same movements, just a bit harder. Because if you train slightly harder, everyday life feels easier. Strength isn't about the gym. It's about becoming more capable and independent. So start from where you are today and build from there. Give this a go with me. Can you do it first time?
I'm just going to let that sit for a second. Squatting. Talking about progressive overload, which is the single most important principle, more clearly and honestly than most coaches half a century younger than her. Train slightly harder and everyday life feels easier. That's it. Same movements, just a bit harder.
Inspirational. I'm 64 and I've been going to the gym for 14 years and I'm in the best shape of my life. The secret is keep on moving. Life will be easier.
I'm 58 and do strength training 5 days a week. I'm amazed how much I can lift.
I also see that you seem to be overweight. Sherlock? This is literally the video you commented on, where I call myself chubby. Also, this person continues to offer to make me an exercise and diet program, which means they assume I'm not working out or eating well.
Here's the logic gap we need to mind. The assumption may not be necessarily that she's lazy. The assumption, based on the physiological evidence, is that the current program obviously isn't working. In the world of metabolic health, your body is a literal receipt of your inputs. If the scale and the waist circumference aren't moving, the eating well part of the equation usually means eating too many carbohydrates for your current insulin sensitivity. You don't need a random stranger's PDF plan, but you do need to realize that working hard and working effectively are very different. Your results don't match your effort.
'Cause being fat is a side effect of eating unwell and not working out.
Which means they assume I'm not working out or eating well. A lot of thin people assume that about fat people. Now, not that it's any of your business, but I do work out. A lot. 11 times in the month of February alone, and it's only the 17th. And I'm doing strength and cardio and HIIT as well.
She's telling us this to prove that the guy who offered to make her a program is wrong for assuming she doesn't train. But if you are training that frequently, and I mean actually training, and your body composition is such that a stranger on the internet feels the need to step in and offer help, then that training is not working. It's not about thin privilege. You don't get to claim you're doing that much work and then get offended when someone assumes the work isn't being done. The math isn't mathing. But even if we believe the app, I think this is all done in 2 gym sessions. So you worked out twice, not 11 times, my opinion. And the calories are overestimated. It was 5-10 minutes per workout, but anyhow, let's play your game. The reality is you cannot out-train a diet that isn't supporting your goals. If your nutrition isn't locked in, you're just a very active person who is still frustrated with how they look, hence the aggravation. More volume isn't the answer. The right fuel, or lack thereof, is. If you are in the gym 11 times in 2 weeks and you aren't seeing the results you want, the answer isn't a 12th session. The answer is looking at what's happening in the kitchen.
And sometimes I hesitate to get into that because I don't believe in healthism. Not everyone can fucking work out, and that doesn't mean they're a moral failing or that it's okay for you to go up to them and offer to train them and make them workout plans. But part of why I'm saying this is because I already do that and you assumed I'm not. So check your assumptions and check your thin privilege, seriously.
Healthism. That's a fancy new word for having a baseline standard for your own physical survival. The idea that suggesting a structured plan to someone who is visibly struggling with their weight is an act of privilege is a wild deflection. I think the real privilege would be having someone who knows what they're doing actually care enough to offer you the roadmap to get out of the cycle you're stuck in. Now, the thing that actually bothers me about this, beyond the math of 11 workouts in 17 days, is that she is so defensive about the assumption that she isn't working out. Don't tell us how hard you're working. Show us the results. If the results aren't there, don't blame the observer for noticing.
Intuitive movement is what will change exercise for a lot of people. If you're only doing what you're inspired to do, you will build an energetic momentum. A lot of people have resistance to exercise because in their mind it's something they have to do. But our bodies want to move if we don't force them.
Why should we move and why do we move in complex ways?
But we move them when we're inspired to, and the way we are inspired to. Personal trainers and training programs want to tell you that you need to do it their way to have success. And because it is so rigid, you will give up on some point. That's why people only have usually 2 months for their New Year's resolution. They are forcing themselves, which in our society is called motivation. I'm a door! What? I'm a door! Motivation doesn't work. Inspiration does. I learned so much more about the universe when I was out of school because I followed my inspirations. People try to sell you motivations. I want to inspire you to follow your inspiration.
How you're going to find satisfaction with your body today. You're going to have fun with this.
Intuitive movement. Only do what you're inspired to do. Our bodies want to move if we don't force them. I want everyone listening to close their eyes for a second and imagine what would happen if we applied this logic to literally any other area of adult life. Intuitive employment. I'm just going to show up to work when the spirit moves me. Intuitive debt payments. You know, I was really inspired to pay my electric bill today, so I did. But tomorrow, we'll see where the universe takes me. Intuitive parenting. The toddler wants to eat frosting for breakfast, and who am I to force my rigid structure onto their natural, energetic momentum? It sounds absurd, right? This whole pitch is just a permission slip to quit the second something feels uncomfortable. I get it. Training is uncomfortable. Walking into a gym and moving a heavy barbell when it's dark outside and you're tired requires something that doesn't feel good in the moment. But calling that resistance and telling people to just wait for inspiration is how you end up exactly where you started 2 years from now. Inspiration is a spark. It's fleeting. It feels great when the sun is shining and you're making a vision board. But discipline is the engine. Discipline is what gets you into that gym on a Tuesday morning when you'd rather be asleep. One builds momentum. The other just waits for the mood to strike. Fitness progress comes from boring consistency. The same lifts, the same patterns, week after week. I personally have never woken up at 6 a.m. feeling called by the universe to squat heavy. Not one time. Now, he makes a point about New Year's resolutions failing after 2 months. And he's right about that data. But his conclusion is completely backwards. He says people quit because they're forcing themselves, and that forcing yourself is the problem. No. People quit because they rely on motivation and inspiration to carry them through. Motivation gets you to sign up for the gym on January 1st. Discipline is what forces you to walk through the door on January 15th when you're sore, it's raining, and you've lost that initial spark. If people naturally move their bodies in complex ways when inspired, the obesity statistics wouldn't look the way they do. We wouldn't have a crisis of metabolic health. But we do. Because left to our own devices, our intuitive movement tends to be walking to the fridge and scrolling on our phones. Structure isn't the enemy of success. Structure is the only thing that delivers success when inspiration inevitably runs out. You don't build a physique by waiting for the muse to visit you. You build it by showing up.
Type of men that love fat women are like gym bros. I don't know why this is.
As someone who's been in the fitness industry for a little over 10 years now, let me tell you why this is a thing. Now, speaking for myself, when I first got into bodybuilding, competing and whatnot, I only liked gym girls. If they weren't doing that, then I wasn't attracted to them whatsoever. And I always assumed that everybody would have a fit swole mate. As time went on and I met more and more hardcore bodybuilders, especially pros, Olympians, people who take this very seriously, some of their wives' girlfriends were very out of shape. They were much bigger women. It's not like I randomly asked them, why are they dating someone who's not fit? They typically tell me on their own. They're like, I really am attracted to very curvy women or bigger women. A very common one is that they want to focus on bodybuilding. They want to have a wife or whatever girlfriend at home that like cooks, cleans, does whatever for them. And like they have two different personalities, two different interests. Now, one thing that definitely happens is when you take the Tremboloni sandwiches, it definitely alters what you're attracted to. Like I like petite, fit chicks. And when I got on Tren, I like really big girls. And the second I hopped out Tren, I was no longer attracted to big girls. Some of these guys are running Tren 4, 5, 6 months out of the year. So they're probably attracted to something, that they're not normally attracted to because they're on the Tremboloni sandwiches. But just keep in mind, not everything in the world is about looks. Sometimes the guys just want a really supportive, caring wife, no matter what she looks like, no matter what her weight is. She's just a great person. Maybe he just wants some extra curves and wants her to be double cheeked up. We don't know. You got to ask him and see.
Great, now I don't want to date him anymore, thank you.
What's Tren?
Tren is cattle steroids. It was never tested on humans and passes the blood-brain barrier.
As a big girly myself, I'm not kidding when I say 80% of people that wanted to match me were gym bros.
Bro, I thought it's only me.
I was going to say right away. Tren. Guys on Tren end up liking things they didn't before. Bigger women, men, animals. Tren is a neurotoxin.
That's so crazy to hear your hormones will pick someone different than you normally would. They say the same thing for women's birth control. Yikes.
A woman is running through central London, and she wants you to know she's doing it for you.
People often ask me, Brian, what's more than running around in your own hair? And I tell them it's about seeing unfiltered, unedited, unphotoshopped women's bodies out in the wild. That it's about showing that exercise is important for the way it makes you feel, not the way it makes you look. That it's about what you can do, not what you can't do. That it's using exercise for a tool to nourish your body and not punish it. But also because, frankly, how often do you get to run past St. Paul's or the Royal Courts of Justice or down Fleet Street with your mates in your underwear? And I tell them I do it because if you see me shaking my cellulite outside Buckingham Palace, having run 10K, you know all the amazing things that you can do with your fantastic stick body.
The modern-day philosopher, in the wild, shaking cellulite for the good of humanity. We all think, wow, so empowering. We were all desperately wondering, gee, I wish a stranger would solve my body image issues by running. She's saying this is about showing that exercise is important for the way it makes you feel, not the way it makes you look. But if it's truly about how you feel, why visually screaming for attention? Saying, I do this for me because it's fun, doesn't get you viral. Saying, I do this for you, to fix your brain, to show you the amazing things your body can do. That's a messiah complex. At the end of the day, this isn't body positivity. The absolute arrogance of assuming that the sight of your specific body is a gift to society is staggering.
I want to personally thank you for posting this and making me feel much better today.
Next, another fat activist trying to rewrite the laws of thermodynamics with poetry.
Exercise is a celebration of what your body can do, not a punishment for what you ate. When we exercise for reasons other than appearance, it becomes a habit that is neither extreme nor punishing. Fitness doesn't have to be hours of cardio at the gym, 50 crunches a day, or pumping weights. You're not honoring your body by participating in activities you hate. We attach our worth to such a narrow dimension of our existence, our appearance. Your body is the vessel that helps you to experience life. Treat it well with movement you do enjoy. If exercise didn't burn calories or change your body in any way, would you still do it? And if so, what would you do differently?
Nobody who is actually in a sustainable fitness journey thinks exercise is a quote-unquote punishment. That's a straw man argument invented by people who want to justify why they aren't seeing results. Here's what I want to point out. You cannot separate body composition from health. They want to pretend that appearance is superficial, that has nothing to do with what's happening inside your body. But your appearance, specifically your body fat percentage, muscle mass, and waist circumference, is the external reflection of your internal metabolic health, to a degree. Nobody is forcing you to do crunches. Nobody is forcing you to run a marathon. But you are implying that any form of structured exercise is somehow dishonoring your body. If exercise didn't change your body, would you still do it? I don't know, Karen. If showering didn't clean my body, would I still stand under the water? The question is absurd. It's designed to make you feel shallow if you answer no. You're not enlightened. You haven't reached body positivity nirvana. Removing the consequence from the equation and then judging people for caring is manipulation. Exercise does change your body. That is the entire point. The human body adapts to stress. You lift weights, you build muscle. You move more and eat appropriately, your body composition changes. Asking, would you still do it if it didn't do anything, is a rhetorical trick to shame people who have goals. It's telling you, your desire to be healthier is shallow. Just float through life doing only what feels good and never question why your body is falling apart. This is how I see this whole fat acceptance mindset. First, strip exercise of all biological purpose, then replace it with vague concepts like honoring your vessel, intuitive movement, weight-neutral training, and celebrating what your body can do. Then, position yourself as the enlightened one who have escaped the toxic mindset of caring about results, and give yourself permission to ignore the data and the mirror.
I don't call it exercise. I call it joyful movement. That's playing with my twins, jumping around, going on a walk, on a hike.
What do we do with our feelings?
We hide them in our muscles.
And how do we hide our feelings better?
We get bigger muscles.
We get bigger muscles.
Hey y'all, so this at-home workout is for my fellow big bags. Just kidding. This is for anybody. But the baddies have been in my DM specifically asking for a chair workout. Now before y'all come in the comments saying, Shamara, what is this? This was not easy, so try it first before you say anything. This can be used before a workout or this can be your actual workout. Either way, enjoy and you got this.
The bar for exercise has now dropped to sitting in a chair and moving slightly. Here is my view. If you are morbidly obese, you don't need a chair workout. You need to get out of the chair, lift some weights. Or, the human body is designed to walk. Walking is the most fundamental, low-impact exercise that exists. It requires no equipment, no instruction. For someone morbidly obese, simply walking for 20 minutes a day, combined with fixing what is going into your mouth, would produce more benefits than 1,000 chair workouts. This woman claims this workout is not easy. I believe her, and that is precisely the problem. When your body has been pushed to the point that slightly moving is a struggle, you are not in a fitness journey, you are in a health emergency. We have to stop pretending that every movement is fitness. Next, a morbidly obese personal trainer uses actual science to arrive at the conclusion that you should expect less from yourself.
It's neuroscience. So what can we actually do with this? First, you need to stop designing fitness around a version of you that doesn't exist. That version, the version that has unlimited energy, no sensory sensitivities, perfect executive function, and a brain that just responds to things like just do it. That person is not you. And you're building your whole routine around being that person is truly setting you up to fail. Instead, start asking yourself more questions like, what does consistency actually look like to me? And what does consistency actually need to look like for my nervous system? Not how do I push through this, but what would make it easier to start? It's a shift and a mindset flip. Maybe it means shorter sessions. Maybe it means changing the time that you go training. Maybe it means training at home instead of in the gym some days. Maybe it means having a very low bar version, a fail-safe version for the days where it is harder, so that you can still do something rather than doing nothing. It could just be 10 minutes. It keeps the habit alive. Maybe it means building in more recovery time because your nervous system needs it. This isn't lowering the bar. It's building a bar that actually suits you and your brain and your needs. A bar designed for you. So I want you to remember that the fitness industry was not designed for people like you. And it's failed you by pretending that there was one way to do fitness. By measuring your worth with metrics that were never designed with your brain in mind. By calling you lazy when actually you're exhausted, you're overstimulated, you're dysregulated, you're overwhelmed, and you're just trying to survive. That's not on you. This is a system that wasn't built for you, and you deserve a different approach. One that starts with you, your nervous system, not against it. That's the whole reason I do what I do.
A neuroscientist. Finally, some actual expertise. Just kidding. She's a morbidly obese, neurodivergent personal trainer who has decided that neuroscience is the perfect vocabulary to borrow so she can sound profound while telling you to do absolutely nothing. Let's translate this from philosophical word salad to English, shall we? Apparently, the reason you're 200 pounds overweight isn't a caloric surplus, it's just your dysregulated nervous system being bullied by the big, bad fitness industry. And when the bar is on the floor, you have lowered the bar. That is literally what those words mean. If your consistency looks like 10 minutes of vaguely moving at home and your recovery time means doing nothing on most days, you haven't built a sustainable fitness routine. The fitness industry didn't fail you. Your fork failed you. Your decision to consume more calories than your body has ever needed for years, decade after decade, that is what failed you. But even if the system has failed you, has your alternative approach worked? The brain does not care about your nervous system excuses. The brain cares about survival. That exhaustion she keeps mentioning, that overstimulation and dysregulation, those are not the result of a mean fitness industry that hurt your feelings. Those are the symptoms of carrying the equivalent of an entire extra person on your skeleton 24 hours a day. This is the most dangerous video, I think, because she is selling the ultimate lie, that your failure to change is not your fault, that the system is rigged against you, that your body's inability to do basic physical tasks is actually a sign that you are different and misunderstood rather than medically compromised. She says the fitness industry measured your worth with metrics that were never designed for your brain. What metrics? Calories? Weight? Blood pressure? Those metrics were not designed for your brain because they were not designed for your brain. They were designed for your body.
Here's another gym vlog, so come pop, lock it, and drop it with me at the gym. No, cut the cameras dead ass, because why am I already giving that Mike Wazowski meme? Please! No, but that's exactly why we're working out, because we're trying to get some Patrick glutes. No, but the Cheesemate really was cheesemating this day. The tea was piping. Cheesemate really does put a big old smile on my face, for real. Okay, lock in for real, girl, because you got Bad Bunny, Ariana, and Harry all touring this year, so you better have the most scrumptious looking legs. I love my gym girls because they're honestly so sweet. Like, I was like, what the am I doing? They're like, I got you, girl. I got you. When people say people at the gym are so mean, I'm like, what gym are you going to? Because the real gym community is actually so sweet. I'm so glad I had my two gym girls there, Des and Dulce, because if I tried to do this by myself, I would have looked goofy as I would have fallen for sure. Speaking of falling, every time I get on this machine, I am so scared and humbled because I'm like, I could either fall forward and eat shit or literally end up doing the split. The things we do to really build the booty. But I ended my workout with these leg kicks. Whoever invented this machine, come outside. I just want to talk because my glutes were hurting.
Let's talk about what's actually happening here from a programming standpoint, because this is where it gets interesting. She is doing RDLs, hamstring curls, kickbacks, hip abductions, and more glute kickbacks. All lower body, all posterior chain focused. Heavy glute emphasis. And you know what? For where she is right now, this is not wrong. This is actually smart, whether she knows it or not. Because here's what I noticed that she probably didn't consciously notice herself. The knees are caving in. Knees collapsing inward is one of the most common issues in people carrying significant extra weight. Because of the abdominal weight, the center of gravity shifts forward. The lower back compensates. The knees take the abuse. It's a structural problem that gets worse over time if you ignore it. We're talking increased ACL stress, patellar tracking issues, hip compensation patterns, and eventually, knee pain that stops you exercising entirely. Now, the fix for this is not, as many people assume, a knee fix. The fix is glute activation. Specifically, glute medius and glute maximus strength. When those muscles are weak, the knees have no lateral support and they cave. So training her glutes is a very good idea. Hip abductions, kickbacks, RDLs. Is she doing it for that reason? Almost certainly not. But she has, accidentally or otherwise, arrived at the correct answer. The lower body posterior chain focus is exactly right for where she is in her fitness journey. One note on the hamstring curls, though. Hamstring curls in isolation, particularly machine hamstring curls, when your knees are already under stress and your posterior chain is underdeveloped, can create a strength imbalance. You're loading the hamstring at the knee joint without the glute strength to stabilize the hip end of the chain. It's not catastrophic. It's not going to injure her tomorrow, but as a programming choice, it's the weakest link in an otherwise defensible session. I would swap the hamstring curls for something that loads the entire posterior chain together. A single-leg Romanian deadlift. A good morning. Something that makes the hamstring, glute, and lower back work as a system rather than the hamstring working in isolation. Here's my bigger note, though, and this is the constructive one. Right now, the workout is very machine-heavy. All of this is isolation and accessory work. For someone at this stage, carrying significant weight, knees compromised, building a foundation, you need compound movements that teach the whole body to work together and build the core and posterior chain simultaneously. Hip thrusts, not just kickbacks. Trap bar deadlifts if available. Goblet squats with a wide stance to work around the knee issue. Sled pushes if the gym has them. These movements don't just build the glutes, they teach your body to stabilize under load. They build the kind of functional strength that means in 6 months, your knees aren't caving anymore.
I can see the gains.
Hey, fatty. Y'all see this wagon that I'm dragging? Right. Me neither. And we gonna fix that. Because if my ass is not sitting up like the tippiest, toppiest shelf by summertime, we're going to have a serious problem. Starting off with cable RDLs, the most important thing here is form. This is a hinge movement. Stop using your lower back, please. Hinge at the hips and thrust yourself forward. That is so important.
All right. A body-positive creator decides they're a fitness influencer on day 1, despite having a biological profile and knowledge that suggests otherwise. Let's get into the mechanics. There is no tension on the glutes because she's too busy trying to figure out how to operate a machine that isn't a deep fryer. Why are we using cables for a movement meant for heavy, eccentric loading? This looks more like rowing. So, unless your gym does not have free weights, which is impossible, or was looted and all the dumbbells are gone, there is zero reason to be tickling a cable machine when you could be holding actual weight for RDL. A beginner cannot have a mind-muscle connection to execute this movement with a cable. You do not have, for sure. There is no deep stretch in the hamstrings. The most important thing here is form. She said form, the word, out loud, while doing whatever that is.
Okay, we staying at the same machine here, just raising it up a bit. Now these cable pull-throughs gonna walk your ass down, okay? The main important ingredient here is trying to drag that rope all the way to the ground or making it seem like you're gonna go to the ground. This is also another hinge movement. Do not use your lower back here. Now, friend, is it even a glute day if we don't do squats? We doing 3 sets of 10s. Get you a big girl weight. This is a 35. You see, I was struggling with that bitch a bit. And as if the squats weren't enough, we're going right into a drop set of 10 as well. These should be killing you. Last but not least, we doing that walk and run split on the treadmill. Make sure you add these to your next glute day. Be sure to love your body through all of its phases. I'll see you next time.
Cable pull-throughs. Lock your hands. This may make sense in some cases, but from all the exercises you could pick, why cables? Here's the thing about the Fat Acceptance Fitness content pipeline. It preys on people who are already vulnerable, already confused about fitness, already scared of being judged, and it gives them bad information. And those people go to the gym, do the exercises wrong, get no results or get injured, and then they blame fitness altogether. The only reasonable explanation for this workout would be if your gym was located in an alternate dimension where barbells, dumbbells don't exist. And even then, if you had to improvise, you wouldn't do this. You'd do bodyweight glute bridges, you'd do step-ups on a bench, or there would be a machine. I think she saw something interesting on TikTok and decided to reenact it.
Hip thrust and the hip abduction machine. Top tier.
Like a lot of plus-size women, I walked into this class fully expecting to be frustrated with having to figure out how to make things work for my own body instead of having an instructor that paid attention to that. But the instructor, Amanda, it was not only super encouraging, but she gave really good cues to help you figure out how to do something without it being about what your body looked like or what she thought it was supposed to do. And she was actually watching and paying attention, so she noticed when I started pulling my hands up to pull myself up, and she asked me if I need help before running over to actually help me. Definitely planning on taking this class again.
Here we have a woman who, based on her body composition, likely cannot perform a single unassisted sit-up on a yoga mat, deciding that the appropriate next step is to hang her entire body weight and attempt crunches. She starts with a victim complex, like every other body-positive influencer, before the class even begins. I walk into this class fully expecting to be frustrated. Let's paraphrase that. I'm walking into a class that requires a high power-to-weight ratio, knowing I have 0 power and maximum weight, and I'm already pre-offended that the laws of physics won't change for me. Or to preemptively blame the instructor for your own physical limitations. She's already setting up the narrative. If I fail, it's because the instructor didn't accommodate me. Fitness is entirely about what your body looks like in terms of mechanics. This is the peak of the fat acceptance delusion. The idea that every space, no matter how physically demanding, must be accessible and inclusive. True body positivity would be losing enough weight so that you don't need a rescue team to help you.
The world needs more Amandas.
I'm the heaviest I've ever weighed, but guess what I haven't done in the past year? I haven't binge ate. I haven't worked out to become skinny. I haven't skipped opportunities with friends and family to enjoy good food and good company. I haven't been at war with my mind of the constant battle and pressures of counting my calories and counting my macros and figuring that out. So yes, I might be my heaviest, but what's to say that's more unhealthy than all the mental things that come with weight loss and trying to be the smallest version of myself? I think it all comes down to the scale does not define our health, because our mental health and our physical health are as equally as important.
She has achieved what she considers the ultimate victory. She's the heaviest she's ever been, and she's proud of it. Not just accepting it, celebrating it. If I told you I had just achieved the highest credit card debt of my life with a smile, you would think I need help. She's presenting a world where you either A, obsessively count calories and isolate yourself from loved ones, or B, accept obesity and live happily ever after. There is no option C. There is no option where you go to dinner with friends, eat reasonably, and also take care of your body. Only morbidly obese and happy, or thin and miserable. But she's right about one thing. Mental health and physical health are equally important, which means you have to take care of both equally. But she's presenting them as opposites, as if you have to choose between one or the other, as if taking care of your body is somehow an attack on your mind. And you don't even need to count calories. I don't. Here's the truth that she and the entire fat acceptance movement refuse to accept. Your physical health is mental health. The depression, the anxiety, the low energy, these are not separate from the obesity. They are caused by it. So the effort required to change is not worse than the consequences of staying the same. The saddest part is that there are thousands of people watching her, nodding along, giving up on themselves because she made giving up look like courage.
I don't know you, but I'm proud of you.
My mental health becomes worst when I'm at my heaviest. As soon as I lose weight, my mind is much better and healthier.
Things I don't make clients do as an anti-diet culture personal trainer. Number one, I don't make clients track calories. This is one of my clients who has never tracked a single calorie while working with me. We focus instead on portion sizes. We pay more attention to hunger and fullness levels. I don't want clients weighing every grain of rice when they're 85 years old, so I help teach them how to listen to their bodies instead of obsessing over numbers. Number two, I don't actually make clients take progress pictures. He chose to do that, but I really try and encourage instead non-scale victories, like this one from a client in the UK who, as a diabetic, now has normal A1C levels. You won't even find progress pictures on my website. Instead, I just ask for testimonials of their experience because how they feel is so much more important than what they look like. Number 3, I don't make clients weigh themselves. Most of the time, I actually encourage them to put the scale away because that number doesn't tell the whole story. This client came to me from another trainer 2 years ago and was obsessed with weighing herself and tracking calories, and now she's not doing either, and she sent me this text on Monday telling me how excited she was that she didn't have to put on a jacket to hide her body. Amazing. Number 4, I don't make clients cut out foods they love. I teach them that all foods fit and how to eat intuitively in a sustainable way, which means living life and not sacrificing foods or special events. This text makes me laugh. It's from a client who went to Vegas and was still able to eat intuitively. I didn't make her skip her trip. And number 5, I don't make clients do hours on hours of cardio or workouts that they hate. I recommend weight training, but I've had many clients start in other ways. What's important to me is that they have a good relationship with exercise. When they enjoy the movement they're doing, they'll do it more often. I've had a client who's been with me for 4 years who I remember putting in their program when we first started 30 minutes playing Wii Fit. If active video games will get them moving more, I love it. I have lots more examples. Let me know if you want to know more.
Let me translate what he just said. I don't make clients confront reality. He says they focus on portion sizes and hunger and fullness levels instead. Let me ask you something. How exactly do you determine portion sizes without knowing what a portion is? How do you measure fullness when your hunger hormones are completely dysregulated from years of overeating? The entire reason obese people need to track calories is because their internal cues are broken. Leptin resistance means their brain literally does not receive the signal that they're full. Ghrelin is firing constantly. Their body isn't whispering, "Eat a salad." Telling them to listen to their bodies is like telling a schizophrenic to listen to the voices. Their bodies are screaming, "Eat more," when they're 3,000 calories deep. The body is not a trustworthy narrator when you've spent decades teaching it that portion control is a suggestion. He says he doesn't want clients weighing every grain of rice when they're 85 years old. First of all, if his clients keep following his advice, they're not making it to 85. But more importantly, he's presenting a false binary. The choice is not between obsessive weighing of individual rice grains and complete ignorance of intake. There is a middle ground called developing basic nutritional literacy. You know how you learn normal portion sizes? By measuring, by weighing. You do it for a few weeks, you internalize it, and then you don't need the scale anymore. But he's skipping the learning phase entirely. He's against progress pictures, but he's showing progress pictures. Let's unpack that inconsistency. He says he encourages non-scale victories and shows a diabetic client who now has normal A1C levels. Here's the problem. That's still a measurement. That's still data. He just swapped the scale for a blood test. And guess what? Normal A1C levels usually correlate with weight loss. So he's celebrating the exact thing he claims not to care about, just with extra steps. The client who doesn't have to put on a jacket to hide her body? That's a physical change. That's a visible result. That's exactly what progress pictures show. He's not anti-measurement. He's anti-accountability. He wants the results without the uncomfortable process of tracking how you got there. I want to be clear. I don't like tracking calories either. My approach is low-carb and intermittent fasting. You control insulin, you control hunger. I don't weigh food but focus on protein and fiber and stay away from ultra-processed foods as much as possible. I don't obsess. And I agree that the scale is not the only measurement, especially when you're building muscle. But if you're morbidly obese, the scale does tell a story. Body composition matters. So, okay, on those 2 points we have common ground. But what he is selling is not an alternative approach to fitness. It's the complete absence of approach. He has built an entire business model around telling people exactly what they want to hear.
Once I get that boss girl money, I'm so looking into you as a coach.
What do you think about body positivity? Thank you for watching. If you want more like this, check out the full playlist. Please like or hype the video and tell me your take. You can even further support this channel by becoming a member. Thank you, and see you in the next one.